Good morning and welcome to OW2con 21. I hope this conference finds you all safe and well. We all wish the pandemic would go away, but as long as it's here, this conference has to take place online. We have to keep the conversation going. We have to keep the conversation going because open source is not just about coding and technology, it's about people. It's about people sharing software and values. OW2 as well is a community. It's a community of some 2,500 people, 46% of them from Europe, 20% of them from North America, 17% from Asia, and 17% from the rest of the world. It's a community of individuals and also of legal entities. We have some 25-30 legal entities, and 2/3 of them are SMEs, most of them from Europe. So that's our community. So we need to keep this conversation going within our community and also with the rest of the world. But what kind of conversation are we talking about? And here I'd like to comment on the theme of the conference, leveraging the European open source ecosystem. You may all be familiar by now with my analysis of the 4 moments of the free, libre, and open source software movement. With the first moment, in the 80s, driven by developers and for developers, and driven by ethical values. Then there is a second moment, towards the middle of second half of the 90s, by entrepreneurs, leveraging the open source business model to grab market share. Then with cloud computing emerging around 2010, we have another moment with consortiums and companies working together and using open source software as a vehicle for collaborative innovation. And then more recently, we had what I call the industry moment with conventional board of directors representing pension funds, authorizing management teams to spend billions of dollars or euros investing in open source companies. So if this analysis is correct, what it shows is probably a growing contradiction between individual developers driven by their own values and motivated by the fact that open source gives them control over their work and over the destiny of their work in a sort of an artistic situation. That's on one hand. On the other hand, we have capitalistic situations, corporations that are pursuing interests that may be very different from those of the developers, and all this is still open source. And in the middle, we have different flavors, all different type of situations. We think there is a way to manage this growing contradiction, and we think that open source organizations have a role to play. Not just by advocating or lobbying or posting papers, but also by doing something. At OW2, we are proud to be part of the production chain, the value chain of the open source software. You find on the OW2 website software, real software, that solves real-life business problems. It's not just our members and our project that are part of this value chain. We, as an independent organization, we are also creating resources to try and support this ecosystem. The first resource we are developing, and we've been working on it for the last 2-3 years, is what we call market readiness levels. It's a composite index that positions the OW2 project according to an acceptability rating by conventional decision makers. We are addressing the needs, the culture, the expectations of the average decision maker, the one that is not an open source activist, the one that has been educated by proprietary vendors. So we try to address them in a way that is familiar to them. All our mature projects now have been rated by this market readiness level index. And that's something that is pretty unique to OW2. The next resource we have been developing over the last couple of years is what we call the OW2 Open Source Good Governance Initiative. We think there is more to managing open source software than just managing legal compliance. There are many different perspectives to open source software, legal of course, but technical, community, financial, etc. And we think that today it's time to have a comprehensive framework that enables CIOs to professionally manage open source software. It's the only way open source will reach out to all areas in the market. So with these two resources, with our code base, with our way to address different types of decision makers, different types of partners, that's the scope of the conference this year. That's what we call addressing or leveraging the European open source ecosystem, because of course we do that from a European perspective. And this theme is organized this year in 6 major sessions. Of course, we have a technical session showcasing the OW2 project. And we also have 3 technical sessions, one on technologies for the developers, one addressing cloud computing and open source software, and the third one by inviting third-party technologies or inviting third-party projects. And we have 2 non-technical sessions, one on governance and one on ecosystem and business models. These sessions are populated by all the talks that you can find on the program, by 45 speakers representing 15 countries. So this is a truly international conference. Now, those that were here last year will recognize our platform. It's based on Rocket Chat as the central interface. We have used OBS, a KDN Live, for the video editing. The program has been managed through pre-talks. All the conference web pages have been developed with LIFECYCLE. And the video streaming and archiving is done with YouTube and BitTube. And you see one innovation here. This year we have Jitsi integrated into our platform. And Jitsi will enable us to run 2 sessions, 2 interactive sessions. We're not taking much risk here. A roundtable and the award ceremony. So because all the presentations have been recorded for the sake of quality and timing, you can be sure that all the talks will start at the exact time specified in the program. So again, I refer you to the program webpage on the conference website. If you look at the interface, you're already there, of course. What you see on the left pane a series of chat rooms. So at the top, you will have all presentation chat rooms. Each presentation will be accompanied by a dedicated room. You will be able to use that chat to ask questions to the speakers. So that's our way to interactively manage Q&A sessions. Now, what you see at the bottom, the second part of the list, are what we call the sponsored chat rooms. So each sponsor this year has been afforded a chat room. They do what they like with it. So I invite you to visit them. It's an innovation. We don't know exactly how it is going to work. They don't know either. So please just make them work. Now with that, it's time for some thank yous. First of all, I want to thank the team that brought you the resources I've been mentioning, and of course this conference. So Antoine Moutier, Olivier Bouzereau, Martin Amand, Selva Yashmil Ramagopalan, Catherine Noël, Pierre-Yves Gibello, and Olivier Lizuna. And of course, I want to thank our sponsors, starting with Orange, then Huawei, the City of Paris, the Eclipse Foundation, Microsoft, the Morphemic Project, Engineering, OnlyOffice, the Open Infrastructure Foundation, Vortex and Red Hat. And of course, thank you to our speakers and thank you, the attendees, for being here. It means a lot to us. And with that, I declare open OW2con 21. Enjoy the conference.
Good morning and a warm welcome to the 10th edition of OW2 Conference. This year again, I'm not able to see your face, but I can easily imagine an assembly of people of different countries, different cultures, different companies. You've joined this event as a developer, as a CIO, as a strategist, as a scientist, for the sake of curiosity maybe. I'd like to ask you a question. What do you have in common? Let's take an example. What do FactorFX and Microsoft companies have in common? A hint, they've recently joined the OW2 community. But why? The response is simple, and I suppose you already know. They embrace the free and open source software rules. Would you call me naive? Of course, the business model of OW2's members are different. Their size are different. More than that, Microsoft and open source was not a love story for years. On the other hand, for many of our members, free and open source software is the mainspring of their activity. That being said, back to the question, what do we have in common? A contract. A legal contract between software providers and users. An enforceable contract that gives users the freedom to run a program for any purpose, the freedom to study how the program works, the freedom to redistribute copies of the program, the freedom to distribute copies of your modified versions. With the time being, this contract appears to be a catalyst for positive side effects, greater innovation, more resilient industry, a more rewarding way of working for developers, at the end, a more vibrant ecosystem with limited vendor lock-in. We are all here for one of several reasons above mentioned. We are a global organization, but it appears these positive effects are the ones claimed by European citizens. This year's topic is leveraging the European open source ecosystem. During this conference, you will discover how much this ecosystem is already vibrant, how OW2 has built year after year a community dedicated to foster a mature open source software industry. As usual, I could not open this conference without paying a tribute to the management office, the team that operates OW2 day after day, behind the scene and even without a proper scene. You are the fuel, they are the engine. Sorry for the metaphor. You are the code, they are the compiler. Speaking of whom, I will now let Cédric Thomas, our CEO, introduce the rich program for these next 2 days of OW2 conference. Thank you and welcome again to OW2con 2021 edition.
So now it's time to welcome our first keynote. I'm very pleased to welcome Thomas Gargay, the Director of Business Solutions at the Directorate General for Information Technology of the European Commission. Thomas?
Thank you, Cedric, and good morning to everyone joining us online. Leveraging the European open source ecosystem, OW2 picked the right title. to Cedric and to others who have joined him at OW2 over its past decade, to all those that look closely at the schedule for this two-day conference, something has changed. In 2012, open source was seen as the alternative. In 2016 and 2017, delivering open source and making it mainstream was captured as a challenge. But things are different now. Today and tomorrow are about acting effectively. The lever, the beam that is open source has become long enough and strong enough to move the world. This morning, we're going to hear about the economic contributions of open source. Knut Blind and his colleagues are about to publish their excellent study for the European Commission. This study tells me I have to thank you, the OW2 participants, most of you being European open source businesses. Every euro you have invested in open source has contributed between 65 to 95 euros to European GDP. I trust this study will positively influence European policy, and similarly I hope that policymakers in the member states take good note of it. This conference is looking far ahead. There are several talks and discussions about how to ensure the sustainability of the ecosystem. The Commission is involved, and we are working on deepening our engagement. You will be discussing technological sovereignty, and we are very keen on that too. And we look forward to hear about this. I also welcome continuous review and monitoring of the free and open source licensing landscape. Newcomers and changing business practices require ongoing attention to make sure that this landscape continues to match the long-term interests of the free and open source software ecosystem. The Commission, as the creator and maintainer of the European Public License, EUPL, has a particular interest in this topic. This conference tells me that the European open source industry has professionalized. It is a community that thrives on passion for the values and ideas that underpin open source. Free minds working together, pursuing a shared goal. But you have outgrown pure advocacy groups and you have turned into an industry. Open source has developed from being just an alternative into a credible business proposition. As the Director of Digital Business Solutions at the Directorate General for Informatics, or short DIGIT, and you can roughly think of us as the in-house IT of the European Commission. This professionalization of yours is music to my ears. It is time to strengthen our cooperation with Europe's creative open source companies. We, as a user, are getting ready, and it seems to me, so are you. The open source ecosystem, and thus this conference, now also includes big organizations, IT vendors and users. It's great to see here as well the city of Paris. The interaction of the entire community in this ecosystem sets an example. As policymakers, as users, and as producers of open source. But, as Knut Blind will show in his talk, it is mostly SMEs that contribute to open source. Over 3/4 of companies involved in open source have less than 100 employees. And what's more, the smaller the company, the more contribution it makes. To use this potential for innovation and contribution, this is why industry consortia such as OW2, CNNL, OSBA must find their way into European initiatives such as the Gaia-X. Speaking of European projects, this April we, the Commission, began using Decidim, the citizen participation software developed by the city of Barcelona for the Future of Europe conference. Our instance of DCIDIM will run for 1 year. It was unveiled just a few weeks ago. It has already received ideas and suggestions from 14,000 participants. Over the next 11 months, this open source software will be touched and used by many citizens, companies, and public services in Europe. The future of Europe is running on open source, and this is emblematic. I say this because open source has become much more visible at the European Commission. We already use a lot of open source. You find it all over my organization, Digit. It is dominant in our data center, and we use Drupal nearly everywhere. Our software development environment relies on open source. For 2 decades, colleagues at the ISA² program have been busy encouraging open source in projects with the member states, and it is the most practical way to achieve interoperability. And since October last year, we have a new version of our internal open source strategy, its status elevated as a communication to the Commission. Open source has become more, much more, than a practical tool for us in IT. The Commission recognizes this through linking it to policy goals. As an action within our new strategy, we also launched our Open Source Program Office, OSPO for short. One of the first tasks handed over to the OSPO is to make it easier for the Commission to share its software as open source, and that includes, for instance, just a security check. I'm pleased to announce that as of this summer, just a few months after we started the OSPO, we are about to have new rules in place. I will spare you the details, but for each project, we are removing the need for many weeks of paperwork and removing some legal barriers to share our code with the public. They also make it easy for our developers to contribute to open source. The OSPO has been key to the removal of another barrier, and this one entirely internal. The OSPO makes it easy to liaise with industry groups such as OW2 and other organizations, like, on the other end of the spectrum, the United Nations. The UN will soon come up with their own vision on open source, and we are looking for opportunities to collaborate on, for example, hackathons. Likewise, we intend to work with the French and German governments, both gearing up towards an OSPO. In cooperation with our colleagues from ISA², the OSPO team organized a hackathon with Jitsi, adding new features such as creating breakout rooms and organizing quick polls. The OSPO team has been running bug bounties for Zimbra, Moodle, Element, improving the security of these tools. It is initiating studies. 1, an inventory of critical open source software used by European public services, and 2, a study to look at ways to fund sustainability of open source development. It shows our commitment to open source. It is a signal to open source service providers, to entrepreneurs and startups, and also to our colleagues in the member states. Now let me come to my final point. I must talk to you about the Digital Europe program. It builds on 2 programs that you may know already, the ISA² program and the Connecting Europe Facility, or short CEF. That is because ISA² and CEF, and soon the Digital Europe program, have been and will be imprinting open source on public services across the European Union. Over the years, ISA² has been very active on open source. For one, it has been running the Commission's Open Source Observatory since 2003. This provides expertise and information to public services and support them to adopt open source. In fact, this afternoon you can meet the OSOR team and hear about their work on open source communication in the public sector. The other program, CEF, one way to describe it is that the solution that it funds remove digital barriers to the European market. It created digital building blocks, generic and reusable, that help member states deliver digital services across borders and sectors. CEF usually emphasizes the use of common standards, but what you may not know is all of the CEF software is open source. CEF sponsored the development of open source software components that help, for instance, with import declarations. Before you can import goods, containers, information has to be submitted electronically, helping customs decide, for example, on safety and security risks. It means that open source software reaches all custom authorities, all companies that import goods into Europe, either in the EU or in countries outside. CEF delivered an API built around universal business language and using open source XML technology for companies involved in the production of steel. Purchase orders, dispatch advices, invoices, product certificates, this API is the software for it. These have been adopted by a consortium of companies involved in the steel industry and is reaching a lot of many steel producers, warehouses, stockholders, construction companies, steel processing industry and software companies. Other CEF tools are reaching fintech companies and in smart agriculture firms and those working on the utilization of electronic signature. You see how this creates opportunities for open source companies, including, I hope, many of you. Now, public services. You may tease us for not going fast, but that is for good reasons. It's because we have to go far. We have to work together. When it comes to IT, open source makes that possible. Thank you very much.
It's always a proud moment at OW2 to work with industry partners to launch a new initiative. So please welcome Xueming Wang of gold sponsor Huawei for a keynote and the launch of the OW2 initiative for quick apps.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Xueming Wang, Vice President of Huawei European Research Institute. It's my pleasure to be here today to share a new initiative with you, which is called Quick Apps. I think this initiative will bring a lot of benefit to European developers, customers, and the industry in this new digital era. If we look back into the history, with the rapid development of the Internet service, we have been through the PC era focused on the traditional web pages and information search, and the early mobile Internet era focused on the application market. Now we are entering a fully connected new era. In the new era, various industries are embracing new business opportunities brought by the trends of the digital transformation and launching the innovative service that enrich and facilitate the work and the life of any user. For example, hospital can launch online restoration and online consultation. Airline company can offer their online service of the seat booking and boarding. Merchant can provide a variety of online promotion activities. Game company can launch a variety of games that can be started anytime, anywhere, and extra. However, this application also encounter bottlenecks. According to the statistics, each mobile phone user store only 50 common mobile applications on average. In the future, if hundreds of services require users to install applications in advance, it will be inconvenient for the users. Based on the background, the mini app model can play an important role. Mini app is a new web-based mobile application that features no installation, instant use, and direct service. For example, by scanning a QR code, you can start a game, shopping, boarding, and a hotel reservation without installation in application. This saves mobile storage and installation time. This will improve the user experience. In January 2021, the W3C established the Mini App Standard Working Group. Huawei, Alibaba, Baidu, Google, Microsoft, and some other companies are jointly promoting unified standard that encompass different service devices and for multi-vendors using different operating systems. Developer will only need to develop once, and the app can be released on the multi-terminal and operating system. This can greatly reduce their developer cost. For example, a quick game application for Android can be easily run on a PC with Windows, and this can reduce repeating development working load. The game can be played on the mobile phone and switch to a PC at any time, bring the new cross-in experience to the users. In China, Mini App is starting to take shape. According to the statistics, about 10% of the internet traffic in 2020 came from the Mini App. However, in Europe, native applications are still mainly used. Mini App is in its early stage, and the perception of the Mini App by various industry and developers is relatively low. Therefore, we propose to set up an industry interest group in the Europe Developer Community, OW2, which use the Quick App as an example of the Mini App standard to promote the industry, reach the industry consensus, attract more and more developers to join, and create more and more innovative applications that serve various industries. Together, we will extend this emerging industry and promote the development of the Internet service in this new year. Now, I will give the floor to my colleague Martin. He will explain more details about the Quick App and this new initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang, for this introduction. So, Quick Apps is a new concept of hybrid applications that do not need installation and can be easily discovered in search results, message links, smart assistants, and many other means on the web and your device. With just one click or snapping the QR code, we can trigger the app functionality in milliseconds. So this is a perfect mechanism to access services quickly when we are on the move. The Quick App platform is a framework for mobile application development. It's based on the front-end web technology stack, and it's strongly linked to the operating system. This means that Quick App offers an enhanced native user experience with maximized performance with 20% less code than an Android application. The Quick App platform is based on development trends with a model view model architecture. It also follows the W3C mini app standard, which is based on HTML-like templates, JavaScript, and CSS. And the W3C mini app working group is welcoming new participants and implementations to make mini apps a global success. Currently, Quick Apps, which is an implementation of mini apps, are supported by over 1.2 billion devices worldwide. Most of them are based on Android, but this open platform could be implemented on any operating system and device. Developers may use advanced user interface components like star rating, tabs, or maps, and advanced device services like push notifications, access to the calendar, or running the app in the background to deliver excellent user experiences with minimum effort. Also, Quick Apps can be integrated as widgets, as you can see in this picture. Quick Apps also offers total flexibility to developers and publishers in the distribution phase. So you can code, pack, and deliver the app using any mechanism you want. Thus, Quick Apps are the perfect complement for native applications, enabling new business opportunities, innovation, and enhancing user experience to deliver better services and engage new customers. Quick Apps offer endless options for products and service discoverability. Just with one click or tap, the user will start the interaction. This will avoid any initial friction between the customer and the services. This will also increase user acquisition. Most Quick Apps are free of charge, but they can be monetized through in-app purchases and advertising as in native apps. Advanced customization and seamless user interaction let marketers provide customers with tailor-made content and experiences. So we hope we can see Quick Apps in any operating system and any device as a universal platform. My colleague Christian is going to explain the first steps to achieve it.
Hi, it's great to be here with you today. Now, we've heard from Mr. Wang and Martin about the amazing potential that Quick Apps have to usher in this new era of low-friction user interactivity for many different types of device, in many domains, and for many use cases. From on-the-go click-and-play gaming on a smartphone, or interactive house appliances, or visitor guides for museums and travel passes, or even accessing your local city services such as your local housing office, or simply paying for a parking meter, or if you're unlucky, a parking ticket. For this to happen, of course, for this nascent ecosystem to grow, there are 4 foundations that really must be positioned. We need to raise awareness around the possibilities and the benefits and the limits of these applications. You, the developer community, need to have easy access to rich technical information and a great support network and appropriate tooling. Devices need to support this new framework. As we saw, Quick Apps don't run in the browser, they run close to the OS. That means less baggage, better performance, but it also means we need those device manufacturers on board. And we need to ensure that Quick Apps respect best practices, such as for good security and data privacy. Now, through the Quick App Initiative hosted by OW2, we will work together to help position and build upon these foundations. On the application side, promotional efforts will raise awareness and spread understanding in the developer and business communities. Great technical documentation will be authored for tutorials and FAQs and programming guides, and not just for APIs, but also how to make your Quick Apps sustainable or accessible. Open tools, code templates, runtime engines, migration tools, all of these need to be developed. Now, on the hardware side, of course, we have the W3C developing the mini app standard, and we hope that the Quick App Initiative and its participants can feed in and help grow that mini app standard. But equally, we hope that the Quick App Initiative will be a dissemination channel for the standard. And this will help create that global industrial consensus that we talked about. Now, if we do this together and we do it right, if we build these enablers for open ecosystem success, everybody benefits. Now, the initiative will be governed through the ideals of FLOSS. It will be inclusive and respectful, meritocratic and transparent, open to anyone, and definitely not pay to play. As an example, the steering committee will have representation from each organisation and each task force. And it will deliver its value to the whole ecosystem through the task forces. In fact, any participant can propose and then lead a task force. The only real consideration is that the participant must be motivated, intrigued, or should I say interested, in helping to nurture and develop this new dynamic. And this will bring benefits to everybody, of course. Now, Rome wasn't built in a day, as the saying goes, and this Quick App Initiative with OW2 won't be built by any single company, and definitely not in a day. It's going to take time and effort, we know that, and above all it's going to take many different parties from different domains and different companies and different cultures collaborating together. This is not a single vendor initiative, this is a collaborative initiative, open by design. Talking of which, let's see some of the wonderful and amazing launch participants.
Hi, this is Pablo Coca from CTIC. We are the W3C chapter hub for Spain and the Spanish-speaking Latin countries. Our activities focus on the development of innovation projects for clients using artificial intelligence and data-related technologies. Therefore, visualization tools and interfaces are crucial for us. In our projects, we face testing and validation activities where the quick deployment of developments is a decisive factor. This is usually very intensive in time due to the need of developing different native apps. And at this point, this Quick App Initiative will help us to overcome these limitations, while it will pave the way for the progressive web applications.
Do you like the process of installing apps? Consumer experience has changed tremendously. Let's bring new standards to the market. Let's facilitate content production for quick apps.
At FIVR, our vision is to build the ecosystem that brings captivating games to billions of players instantly. So far, across the web and mobile, more than 1.2 billion players have played our games, powered by the FIVR distribution platform. We joined as an early partner for Huawei Quick Apps and have already validated that the platform can support advertisement and in-app purchase business models on par with legacy distribution channels. While FIVR's success has been enabled by our proprietary technology, we believe strongly in a future where all developers get to choose how users consume their content through easy integration and distribution with many platforms. So today, we are excited to announce that we are joining the Quick App Initiative to help build a standardized and open way for all developers to get their great games in front of billions of players.
Bonjour, hello, привет, ni hao. My name is Adrian Henney. I'm involved as a co-founder in two non-profits that are going to take an active part in the Quick Apps ecosystem. The first one is the RSI Foundation. RSI stands for Resilience, Sustainability, and Innovation. Together, we will create guidelines for app developers and publishers to design more sustainable and more ethical apps. We'll also develop, together with industry players, next-gen value chains for a direct and positive impact on the environment and societies. The other organization I'm representing is Alliance Tech. This is a Paris-based nonprofit that aims to bridge the two sides of Europe in the field of technology. We will help the Quick Apps community connect with players from Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and other countries of Eastern Europe to jointly develop projects. Thank you for your attention.
If you would like more information about the initiative, please visit the OW2 website or contact Martin and myself at the email addresses shown below. Thank you for listening today, and have a really great conference.
Now I'm pleased to welcome our first invited speaker, Professor Knut Blind of Fraunhofer Institute for Systems Innovation, who will share with us the result of the study he conducted for the European Commission on the impact of open source hardware and open source software on the European economy.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to my presentation on the impact of open source for the European Union, which is the outcome of a study on behalf of DG Connect we have conducted together with the team at Open Forum Europe and my colleagues at Fraunhofer ISI. I'm the project manager of this project, and we have conducted the following steps in order to come to our results. That means we started with a very broad review of the literature and also collected data. Then we had this economic impact assessment, which is the focus of my presentation today. Also, I will talk a little bit about the stakeholder survey. And there were also case studies which were complementing these quantitative analysis, and also by the colleagues of OFE, the analysis of policy initiatives. And that all was then used to derive some recommendations, in particularly addressing the European Union. Now, looking at the overall approach we have been conducting, it's kind of a multi-method approach and also based on different pillars. It means we looked on the one hand at the costs. That means what is the investment both from the EU countries, but also from countries located in the EU towards open source, to get an idea what we spend on the country, but also then on the aggregate EU level, but also at the companies level. On the other hand, and that's a little bit more tricky, we also looked at the benefits. It means here at the macro level, we developed a macroeconomic growth model where we integrated open source and run panel regressions covering almost 20 years to assess the contribution of open source to GDP in the EU. This has been complemented by the results of the stakeholder survey, but also from case studies which have been conducted in the context of the study. It means we have here then the opportunity to then compare the cost with the benefit results and get then some cost benefit ratios. And we are then able to validate not only the assessment of the cost between the macro and the micro level and the benefits between the macro and the micro level, but also the cost benefit ratio. That's the logic of the whole approach in order to come to really validated and sound results. Now on the data, the data is still a challenge, and we relied on data kind of at GitHub on the repository, because here at the TU Delft, they downloaded all the information up to 2018. And that means we have 1.3 billion commits, 32 million users, which have also 1.5 million organizational affiliations and country codes. We had around 700,000 organizations at this time. And this has been then combined with other economic data to come up with then some assessment of both the cost and the benefits. Here, this is the rough developments in the last 10 years up to 2018. There are new figures available which show that after some consolidations in 2018, 2019, especially also due to the takeover of GitHub by Microsoft, but now we see it's back on track. And we see here Germany, the UK, and France as the top 3 countries based on the number of commits. We did also, and this is another validation of our approach, we also looked at the contributors which have links to their country origins. And here again, we see here Germany and the UK and France as the top country, and we see a little bit of a stagnation in 2018, but I said in 2020 it's up again. We have to see what will be the situation after COVID-19. That's interesting then to see in the future. Now about the cost-based impact assessment, this is more or less the baseline. And we had, as I already mentioned, we have 2 pillars. We looked at the effort by member states and also at the efforts by the most active companies which have their headquarters in the EU member states, taking not into account affiliates of Microsoft and other US players. And the basic assumption beyond this approach is that the benefits should at least outweigh the cost invested into open source. And that means this is really then the lower or the lowest bound of the economic benefit of open source. Now, what do we see as a reference? We have then this is not a perfect reference, but it's just an important number, is that in 2018 we had around 3 million employees in the computer programming sector in the EU. And what we find is that we have around 260,000 contributors to GitHub. It means a little bit less than 10% of all employees. And you have to know that not all contributors have links to countries, therefore we probably miss another 10%. That's an issue. Now, if you look at the average personal cost, here we also use the average cost in this sector, and then we come to 14 billion personal cost in 2018. If we look at the commits of 30 million in 2018 by EU member countries or contributors which have a link to a EU member state, which includes also the UK, we get to an effort of around 16,000 full-time equivalent. And here it would be an investment of 1 billion personal cost. And this relationship also confirms other studies which show that open source developers spend around 10% or maybe a little bit less on average on open source during their week. And this is therefore another kind of indication that this makes sense. Now looking at the companies level, we have the most active companies identified, and they contribute more than 12% of all commits of the EU, and they employ more than 1 million employees. And we find especially a very high share of small companies. That's very, very important to mention. And what also very important is that the smaller the companies, the higher are their investment, compared to the company size. That means, for example, those which have between 11 and 100 employees invest more than 5% of their full-time equivalents to open source. That means we have here also, if we compare that with the macro-based cost assessment, a nice validation of our results. Now coming to the benefits, which is, as I already mentioned, a little bit more tricky here. I'm not showing this kind of equation which is the base for our results, but we find a significant impact of the pool of open source contributed by the EU member states to the EU GDP. And what we find concrete is that the 10% increase which we have seen, for example, between 2017 and 18, contributed to the GitHub, generated 0.4% of the GDP in EU. And if we take then the overall numbers, we get to around 60 billion per year. If we look at the commits, the so-called elasticity is even 0.6%, and we get then even 95 billion per year in 2018. That means overall, these are really highly significant results, and they are also quite significant in numbers. And in the long run, we could say that if the contribution to open source continues with a kind of 10% increase per year, we could assume additional GDP of 100 billion per year. If we include the UK, if we exclude that, that's probably around 2/3 of this number. Now, if we compare these costs and the benefits, we get a ratio of 1 to 4. Here we also consider hardware cost because software developers also need hardware. And here we took kind of the average investment per employee, which might be also a little bit too high. On the other hand, we have also to take into account that the benefits of open source in 2018 for the GDP also relies on open source developed in previous years. And here we consider the last 5 years due to some other information we know about the survival rate of code over time. That was then our assumption, and therefore we get to this figure 1.1 to 4. To complement our results, we also looked at the views of the stakeholders. That means here the idea was to get a complementary insight, and overall this was really widely distributed. We got almost 1,000 responses, complete answers a little bit more than 100 due to some tricky questions which were not so easy to answer. What are the main results? The incentives to contribute are really finding technical solution, carrying forward the state of the art of technology, but also very important is to avoid vendor lock-in, and also knowledge seeking, knowledge creation is very important. From the benefit side, the highest benefits are related to the topic of really that open source is supporting open standards and interoperability. And since I'm doing kind of a lot of standardization research, I'd like this nice comparable insight, and also improved access to code, and also the independence from proprietary software providers. The costs in general are less relevant. Here, error successibility is an issue, and also the cost for skilled labor contributing to open source is an issue. And the most and the named cost benefit ratio is 1 to 10, which is not so far away from the other cost benefit ratio we calculated based on the macro level results. It means overall it's a very significant investment by the EU countries and the EU located companies into open source. That means minimum investment is 1 billion per year in 2018, but probably it's more than double or even triple, because we were quite conservative in our approach. On the other hand, we see a significant contribution of open source to GDP in the EU. It means a 10% increase per year would generate additional 100 billion euros in the EU, including the UK per year. What we also looked at, following Frank Nagel's work in the US, that open source is also contributing to the foundation of startups. Here, additional 1,000 ITC startups per year, including the UK, have been calculated, means another important growth driver in the long run. From the case studies, we know especially that from the public sector, the savings in total cost of ownership is very important, but also the avoidance of vendor lock-in. Further benefits of open source are related to openness, especially here standardization and interoperability is named. Independence and also labor cost savings are important aspects. Based on this finding, we derived some policy recommendations, which I show here in an overview. I cannot go into that because this would need another at least 50 minutes to look at that. But you see here a very broad set and portfolio of measures, starting with building institutional capacity also in the public sector, because that's a requirement for getting all the other instruments really running and being effective. Knowledge creation and diffusion, that means also invest in R&D, and human capital will be key. That will be a big challenge, but also kind of provide an adequate regulatory environment. And finally, also open source hardware, which has been an aspect of the study, has to be considered. And finally, we have to think not in the long, but probably in the short run also about sustainability issues related to open source, how sustainable solutions can be pushed by using open source. That means, in summary, we have a large economic impact, also maybe in the future for open source hardware. Public policy is needed to scale up this, to incentivize open source production in the long run, because this is benefiting the European economy, and therefore we need a comprehensive and coordinated policy approach, which is based on really institutional capacities at this various layers of the public sector. It means not only at the EU level, but also the national and even the regional or municipal level. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have questions, you can send me emails anytime.
Now I'm pleased to welcome our longtime friend Stéphane Fermigier for a presentation on why public policies can and should contribute to the sustainability of the open source ecosystem.
Good morning, I'm Stéphane Fermigier and I would like today to talk about public policies, how they can contribute to the sustainability of the European open source ecosystem and why they should. I'm a co-founder and a board member of APEL, an association that was founded last year. Its members are European Industry Association. Currently, 6 countries are represented, 5 in the EU plus the United Kingdom. And there is another additional member, Open Forum Europe. The current context in the EU is that there are many studies that show that free and open source software can be seen as an engine for economic growth and job creation. There is also an ongoing debate on digital sovereignty, and we strongly believe that free and open source software can play a huge part in this domain. And then I will try to discuss some existing policies before discussing some additional ones. First, the open source market in Europe is already quite big. In France, it's more than 5 billion euros per year. Same in Germany, same in the UK. And for the rest of Europe, it's about 10 billion euros per year. There were many economic studies. The most recent one, which is not yet published, but some preliminary results have been discussed already, is that free and open source software contribute a lot to the European economy. Since we want to discuss digital sovereignty, we need a definition, and I'm using the one that's provided by the French Ministry of Defense. In this context, digital sovereignty is defined as a strategic autonomy. It doesn't mean that a country or the European Union should try to do everything internally, but it should always try to preserve an autonomous capacity for assessment, decision, and action in the digital space. According to the Commission, to last year's plan on open source that was published by the Commission, the open source model will have an impact on Europe's digital autonomy. And this year, with CNLL, the French National Association of Open Source Businesses, we did a large survey of our members, and more than 90% of these company leaders believe that digital sovereignty is a very important priority for both economic and the democratic future of France and Europe. But only 1/3 of the respondents believe that France is implementing right now the right open source industrial strategy to regain digital sovereignty. Almost 90% of the respondents believe that the key principles of open source can help preserve the digital sovereignty of France and Europe. And according to the same study, digital sovereignty can be a driver for new businesses. You have the figures on the slide. New customers that recognize that open source is an important factor for sovereignty, but it's still a bit hard to explain. And so our opinion is that the European Union, the member states, and the regions must all define and implement open source industrial strategies. So now a sample of existing policies across the EU. The most important document at this point is the communication by the European Commission that was launched last year, and which aimed to develop software solutions and take into account the openness, sharing and reuse that are specific to open source. But after reading carefully the communication, there are a lot of very interesting points, but what we found lacking is that there is absolutely no mention of a real economic policy that would underline this open source strategy for Europe. In France, there have been some open source strategies for at least 10 years. One of the most important first occurrences were the Circular EO in 2012 that would argue to the proper use of free software in the public administration. The main argument that were considered at the time were only tactical considerations, lower cost, flexibility, negotiation leverage with software vendor, but no mention of strategic autonomy or similar concept. The Loi République Numérique, 4 years later, was a huge step forward, because the word control, durability, and independence of the public services administration systems is written in the law, and independence, as we've already discussed, is almost or very closely related to digital sovereignty. And most important point for the open source community is that this law says that the public administration should encourage the use of free software and open standards. More recently, a new circular by Prime Minister Jean Castex in April created a new team in the administration called Mission Logiciel Libre, or an open source, which is quite related to the concept of open source program office, with a three-pronged action plan to help the public administration publish its own source code under open source licenses, to make better use of open source software in the administration, and to use open source to make the administration more attractive to digital talent. But what's lacking for this three-part plan is, once again, an economic policy. Let's look a bit at Germany. Quite recently, a Center for Digital Sovereignty was established within the public administration, and it's quite clear that the initial mission for this center is the promotion of open source software in the public administration. So this is the strongest argument that we've seen so far for linking the two concepts of digital sovereignty on one end and open source software promotion on the other end. There is a strategy for German government cloud, which doesn't mention actually open source, but mentions the use of open standards and distributed systems. This is related to open source, obviously, but it's not exactly the same. And we've been told that 3 lenders have explicit preference for free and open source software in their public procurement process. 2 other examples. Italy passed a law 9 years ago that did mandate the use of open source software for every project in the public administration, except for a few exceptions. But what happened is that the exception became the rule, and at the moment, this law had 0 impact, and the public administration is mostly now a Microsoft shop. And in Sweden, the Agency for Digital Government has published a policy that says that software that is developed or procured by the agency shall be, in the normal case, published as open source. So what can be done now? And how do we achieve this? First, existing regulation, whether they encourage or say that open source should be preferred, or if there should be some obligation to use free and open source in the public administration, these regulations are not currently enforced or not sufficiently enforced. So they need to be enforced, and if this regulation don't exist, new regulation similar to the one we've discussed should be implemented. And the second point is that the free and open source need more promotion. Not just foundations or individual hackers or open source developers within the public administration, but also the business sector. And last, there is a need for financing, both for innovation work and for maintenance work. So here is a 3-part plan. First part is to double down on open source program offices. We need open source program offices or Mission Logiciel Libre everywhere. At the state level, at the commission level, at the region level, at various ministries level, and all these OSPOs should work together and try to exchange information and case studies, etc., etc. Secondly, these OSPOs should not just have an internal activity within the public administration, but also engage with the businesses. That should be in their mission. Currently, at least in France or in the European Commission, it's not explicitly written. And they should have KPIs. And one of the KPIs should be the proportion of free and open source software that's actually used in the whole of IT purchases made by the public administration. So first, we need a tool in every ministry, in every large public administration, in every member state, or at the EU institution level, in order to be able to measure these indicators. And then we should be able to measure its progression. The second part is financing. How do we finance open source work? There's one thing. There are some instruments to finance R&D and innovation, like Horizon Europe. But what's the part of Horizon Europe that goes to open source software, and which part doesn't go? We don't know, and this part should be increased. Then there is the question of contractualization between the public administration and the free and open source SMEs that actually produce the open source software that are used by the public administration. Sometimes there are large support contracts between a large administration and a large IT company. This contract, sometimes it works, but sometimes the large IT company takes all the value from this contract, and there is no value left for the company that actually create and maintain the software that are the object of this contract. This needs to be monitored, and there should be some rules and regulation that will help the system run more smoothly. And then for infrastructure software, when there are no companies actually working on the software, we should develop explicit funding scheme in order to maintain these common goods. The last part of our strategic plan is to keep the playing field level for free and open source software, and especially for free and open source software companies. The public administration should promote free and open source software. Sometimes there are existing schemes like La French Tech in France to promote the digital technologies companies in France, but at this point, and the scheme has been going on for more than 5 years now, there hasn't been any specific actions around free and open source software. There is a strong issue around education, so free and open source software concepts should be taught to pupils in the education system whenever it's relevant. And there is also need for more developers or software engineers that are trained with the concept of free and open source software. There are several legal issues around open source, and with the proper legal framework, we will ensure that open source software can still thrive. For instance, with the right interoperability requirement, with the right public procurement regulation. If we don't allow software patents in Europe, if with regulations around digital privacy, like the GDPR, all of these regulations will help level the playing field and sometimes help the free and open source software companies, which are better aligned with some of these regulations. And this regulation should also be used to keep the big tech companies at bay. Sometimes they are in a position of monopoly, and sometimes they will abuse this monopoly position. And of course, in this case, they should be prosecuted, as they have been already in the past. What are our current plans at Appel? So there will be a joint publication in the next weeks where we'll expose this vision in more details and this proposition. Some national organizations like CNLL and OSBA have been doing this for quite some time. There will be some events, at least a first one with EU representative, and we hope that this free and open source idea will be one of the items on the French presidency's agenda next year. So that's all for today. There are some a few references, and I don't know if there is time for questions. Thank you very much.
The next presentation by Italo Vignoli of the Document Foundation is a talk about digital sovereignty from the perspective of open source and open standards, especially document formats.
Good morning. Free open source software and open standards for digital sovereignty. What does it mean?
Digital sovereignty is the ability of a country or a group of countries like the European Union to provide the digital technologies critical for the welfare, competitiveness and ability to act. At the moment, as we know, part of these technologies are in the hands of a few companies. They're known by their initial as GAFAM. They have been able to create a situation where they can do more or less whatever they want in terms of storing what we do to sell us advertising. Most of the services they sell are free, and as many know, when something is free, you are the product. The level of subservience to these companies is so high that I will make an example which is relevant only for Microsoft, but human genes have been renamed because Excel was not able to correctly import the old names. So instead of having one single company change or update or patch one single software, we, the humanity, have changed our human gene names. This is just incredible and gives you an idea of the power of these companies in comparison with governments, with the scientific community, with everyone. Which is the state of digital sovereignty in Europe? The reality is that the state is very bad. Companies, the large US-based companies are trying to enter into whatever software project should be managed only in Europe. We have seen what has happened, and it's happening to the Gaia X project, and what is happening in countries with the plan for recovery after COVID. In countries like Italy, the coordinator of that plan for the digital environment is a Microsoft employee. That is unbelievable, but it's the reality. Data during the years have evolved. So in the past they were just the result of a process, then they became the enabler of process, then they became the enabler of products, and now they are the enabler of our economy. Not everything, but a lot of what we do is based on data, and therefore the management of data, the handling of data, the sharing of data is of key importance. Which is the difference between proprietary and free open source software? Proprietary software protects the user by obfuscating everything, also the information. But in this way, they obfuscate the way they handle user data. Free open source software, on the contrary, protects the user with transparency. So we say what we do in terms of source code. We are transparent in the way that we handle data, the methodologies used by project to manage end user data. So what would change moving from proprietary as of today to free open source software, especially in the area of desktop productivity, which is the application used by every person for his own needs. When you write a document, you create a spreadsheet to make your own calculation, you make a presentation, you handle your own personal data. So if this could be managed by free open source software, European government would regain control of our data and manage them according to their confidentiality, which means manage this data according to what we, the user and the owners of the data, would like them to do. Of course, in some cases it it is wise to give up some privacy because that is an advantage for the user. For instance, when my healthcare data, if they are available, if I have an accident, the doctors could look at my data, see if I have a pathology, if I need special care, and even if I'm not able to provide them this data, they could use this data to my advantage. Of course, switching to free open source software would mean moving from proprietary to standard document formats. And this would have a huge advantage in terms of cost, in terms of interoperability, because the lack of interoperability is a cost, in terms of transparency, and again, in terms of the users being able to decide which data they want to be shared, so accessible, and data they don't want to be shared, so they are not accessible. Apparently, this is a no-brainer. It just makes sense. But the problem is that politicians are not technology experts. They see the large companies as part of the global system. They seem to ignore that these companies have commercial strategy that ignore completely the advantages of individuals and of countries and of the European Union. And therefore, the politician, as they see these companies as part of the system, consider issues that are relevant for these companies a problem for our transformation process, digital transformation process, and they try to help them, which is totally wrong. It's exactly the contrary of what should happen. The reality is that politicians, exactly because they do not understand technology, they should see free open source software as part of the global system because it's closer to the user, it respects the freedom of the users, it respects the freedom of the countries, it respects the freedom of the governments, it respects the freedom of the entire system. Because they don't know free open source software, they do not see free open source software as a potential solution. And as a consequence of this, they put everything in the hands of US companies, large US companies. There is a Free Software Foundation Europe project that is called Public Money, Public Code, and basically it says that if the money is paid by the community, then the code should be public. The code should be owned by the community. So how can we regain the control of our data? It would be rather easy if the entire organization, the global organization, political, economical, could choose based on the advantages for the users. And the only way is to regain control of our data is to have a format and a technology that allows true interoperability of contents. Documents are an extremely important tool because they move around from citizen to government, from government to government, and from government to citizen. They move from enterprise to enterprise. They move around. Documents carry our common intelligence. They carry what we create. They carry information. They are a source of power if, because knowledge is power, if correctly managed. So the problem, the produce, update, reproduce documents is extremely important. And if the platform that is used to produce, update, and reproduce the document is not open, is proprietary, then the users will be locked into that platform and will not be able to manage their own contents. So they will create documents, but they will not be able to manage them with the same level of freedom they have created that document. So government should be platform independent and allow only true document standards, because the pseudo standards that are used today in a way that is not visible to anyone prevent the users to prevent interoperability, prevent users to be the controller of their documents. And the tweak standards force citizens to pay a fee to create document because they have to pay for a proprietary license, or in some cases they have to accept the license that basically shares the ownership of the documents, of the contents, between the real owner, the user, and the owner of the platform. So only standards associated to free open source software can solve the problem. We have one really very good standard for documents, is ODF. ODF is the best standard file format for user of personal productivity because it's consistent, is interoperable, is predictable, is easy to understand even for non-technical users. The unfortunate reality is that the majority, but when I say the majority, it's over 95% of the user, probably over 99% of the user, they think that the Microsoft Office documents they use are standards because of the way the standards are being created and managed in a non-transparent way. So there is a standard which has the same name and the same file extension, but the fact is that no one is using that standard and all the other using the non-standard variant of the format. So we can say that 100% of existing Microsoft Office files around are non-standard, they are proprietary, and they just respect the strategy where Office OpenXML has been designed. It has been designed as a pseudo standard to propagate yesterday document issues and lock-in strategy for the next 20 to 50 years. The reality is that ODF was created to liberate the users from the lock-in, to provide users a transparent format which is good for the next 20 to 50 years, and the users continue to use a format that is exactly the opposite. It's blocking their capability of choosing for the next 20 to 50 years. We have a simple and true standards. ODF, ODT is the text variant with low or non-existing complexity and human readable files. And on the other hand, you have a Microsoft Office format which is injecting the highest possible complexity inside the files, exactly because they don't want the XML files to be human readable, because they want to lock in the users. So please help us in making it clear, especially for the European Union, for the governments. Help us in making it clear that switching to open standards is the way to go, and is the way everyone should be looking at document formats for the next 20 to 50 years. We have the technology, it's easy to implement. Don't be shy, use the technology, liberate your documents. Thank you for listening.
Now we have Ludovic Dubost of longtime OW2 member XWiki. He shares his experience as open source entrepreneur and the challenges he faces as competitors are moving their offerings to the cloud.
Hello, OW2 team members. I'm very happy to be present at the OW2con 2021 online. I'm Ludovic Dubos, the CEO of XWiki SAS. I'm here to talk about when proprietary software fails us, open source can rescue us. Who I am, I'm so the founder of XWiki, which was developing the XWiki collaboration software, which is a competitor to Confluence, all open source. We also developed the CryptPad product, which is a collaboration platform with encryption included, similar to Google Docs, and providing people and allowing people to maintain their privacy. Everything we do at XWiki is open source, and we've been for 16 years in the open source business. And today, I'm going to talk about a case of a typical software cloud business model, where in the first phase of the strategy of a new software business, you start by collecting customers, and then you wait a little bit, increase your customer base, and at some point you start profiting from that customer base. But how do you actually do that in a lot of cases? Well, you start by giving a good price and even a free service. So we know some examples like Slack, which is going to give you a free community. You can use it for free. Or Google Docs, which used to be free for small companies. A long time ago, you could create a 25 people Google Drive and Google Apps and enjoy all the applications from Google. Well, you get used to that platform or to that cloud service. You put a lot of data in that system, and at some point the provider reduces the free service, first for new customers, which are going to pay more, but also at some point might stop the nice deal. So completely stop the free service, force you to move to the paying one, or just increase it progressively and increase the price. And so as a company that has been following our competitor Atlassian Confluence, so in February, Atlassian Confluence has decided to actually go even further. They decided to move out and stop selling a product that they were selling. And so if we look at the history, I'm not going to go over all these numbers, but you can read the slides if you find this interesting. Confluence started as a product that was unlimited users, as many users as you wanted. It was $4,000. And actually, a couple years later, if you want 10,000 users on premise, it would be $230,000. So if we summarize a bit, in 2005 it was for a maximum of $4,000 for any number of users, and in 2021, if you want to have an on-premise solution, it's $27,000 minimal and up to $230,000. And their cloud service also had increases. It was $700 a month for 500 users, and now it's 3 to 4 times more. And we're not talking about the same product that stays the same price, and then they add modules that make you paying. No, they're actually changing the price of the base model of the base product. And if we compare the XWiki pricing, well, more or less, the XWiki pricing has not changed a lot, and although, of course, the product has also increased a lot, it has been open source, and we have a free package. We always had a free package, and it's still open source. We do have some paying modules, also all open source, but we're making them pay, and they come on top of the XWiki platform. And our entry packages for 500 users are at 2,500 euros in 2021, like they were in 2010. And our cloud service has also not changed price between 2010 and 2021. So the problem of this is that while anybody is allowed to change its pricing, the problem is that there is also an issue about who's controlling our data, because here we also see that there is a major shift between on-premise and cloud. So you had a company that was providing a software at $4,000, $5,000. Now the minimum price is $27,000, and they have clearly indicated that their strategy was cloud first. And it moves everything to the cloud. We also see that a lot of startups are only providing cloud services now, not providing software at all. We can expect that for companies that are maintaining the two aspects, cloud and on-premise, there might also be less features on the on-premise versions. And one of the concerns with cloud services is that the cloud services have a high control on the price, because if you're not happy with the price change, well, it's very difficult for you to get out, because you cannot just wait the next upgrade. You have to get out right away if a cloud service stops. You could also have a cloud service that is bought by another one and then it's discontinued completely. There's a lot of issues with the proprietary software there, and the cloud software in particular. Now, what can open source actually bring to the table? Well, I believe that open source can bring much more trust to the table, especially using strong licenses. Strong licenses and open source licenses are a contract, and they do protect in a certain extent the customer. Now, if the license is also too permissive, then the open source provider can also decide to move away. If the software provider is keeping a CLA to keep copyright on the whole software, then you also have risk that the software provider moves away. But for example, if you have AGPL and no CLA, you have a very high trust that the provider is not going to change its strategy of open sourcing software. And that's actually quite important. Open source can also give you freedom between cloud and on-premise and the software and where you use the software. So you can decide if you want to use it on the cloud or if you prefer to use it on-premise. And open source can also be much more a collaboration where you're not a victim of a decision of a third party. You can also have some methods to participate in making sure that the community works and that decisions are made together. Now, what can open source providers do in order to actually be more available for customers? So, for example, we have this case where since February we have more leads that are coming and asking for how do I move from Conference to XWiki given the new pricing policy. So at XWiki we already had some importing tools, but we're spending a significant amount of time today to propose an offer for the conference users that and develop additional tools to help the migration. We believe that this can be, of course, beneficial for the customers, but can also be beneficial for the XWiki community globally, because these customers can also sponsor features. So on our side, we're working on a conference import wizard, which is a paying package that we're going to propose to customers so that they can move to XWiki. And on the other hand, we're also discussing with large customers that have the capacity to fund missing open source functionalities and macros in particular, in order to fund the macros that most customers need to be able to make the moves. One of the things is that the format of the data that customers have inside a proprietary tool are making migrations very difficult. And this is actually one of the biggest difficulties of migration for most customers. And so the large customers can really help because they have the ability to fund the features, and then the whole community can benefit from this. Another aspect I believe that is really important is that we as a community, open source community, we need to explain our differences more to customers and prospects, and explain that these type of things are predictable. These behaviors of the cloud business and proprietary software business is part of the book of developing companies, and this is something that we need to explain more because our community can provide more trust. One lesson also is that open standard is still a massive unsolved problem. It's really difficult to move data from one system to another. There are some initiatives at the European level to force a bit some standards, but it's really difficult. Cloud also represents a huge lock-in risk, more than proprietary software when you install it in-house. Today, if you have a cloud service, the cloud service can kick you out in a minute. Transparency and trust is a major issue in the software industry, and this is something that is really difficult to tackle. It's a massive complexity to provide trust to your customer, because of course nothing forces you to change your pricing, and it's very difficult to guarantee that you won't change your pricing, because if you have a real financial difficulty, then you might have to change your prices, but this is not directed by increasing your profit. This is directed and abusing your early users. This is directed by the fact that you need it to provide the right solutions to your customers. And I would say that one of the biggest lessons here for many users of Atlassian product is that, well, moving earlier to open source solution is also a very good strategy in order to avoid feeding a business that is going to turn his back on you. And so the earlier businesses, open source businesses are helped, or open source projects are helped developing their solutions, the better they're going to be and able to be the only solution that you use. Thank you very much. I hope you appreciated this conference, and I will be very happy to answer any question in the chat. Thank you.
And we close this session with Matthew Yankovic of Percona, who looks at the challenges to the open source ecosystem caused by professional investors who only seek to maximize their return on investments. And then we will have a coffee break.
Hi everybody, I'm here to talk to you about big money and how it's putting open source at risk. Let me start with a quick introduction. My name is Matt Yankovic. I am the head of open source strategy, or the HOS for short, at Percona. You can reach me on Twitter at myankovic or email me at hos@percona.com if you have questions or want to talk further about these topics. So I wanted to start with this quote from Steven Spielberg. Everyone loves a winner, but nobody loves a winner. And this is never more true than in the business space. Everyone wants to copy a winner. Everyone wants, to chase those people who are successful, even those that start out hating one another. Think about Microsoft. Microsoft famously came out back in the 90s and said that Linux is a cancer and open source is bad for business, right? It was something that there was a lot of hate. And even today, people still remember those. But if you look at Microsoft today, open source has been a winner and Microsoft has jumped on the bandwagon. It's similar across the industry. People love open source because it's a winner. But this means it is a very dangerous time for open source because you're looking at people who are imitating but don't have the same philosophies that a lot of us who got into the open source space started with. So let's take a look at that. So when we talk about the big risk, it's really driven by commercial open source software. And the big risk that I see here starts with who this software is being built for. When you think about your project, something that you started with, something that's near and dear to your heart, you start by thinking, who is it being developed for? Maybe you're developing it for the world. Maybe you're developing it for maybe your local community, maybe people who think like you or act like you or use the same software as you, have the same issues. Or maybe you're looking at a certain specific set of users. They're people you want to reach, people you want to help. Okay? But most commercial open source software right now is being built for shareholders. Okay, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it makes you have to wonder what they're going to do and how they're going to proceed with, the future of their decision-making process around open source. And the success for a shareholder is very different than a lot of those that are in the community or those that started the project, right? If you think about the different sides of success, they have different outcomes. One is very for-profit, the other one's very for the good of the community or the world. And part of the challenge is a classic open source model for businesses is very difficult. I can go into the details ad nauseum, but I only have 15 minutes here, so I'm going to keep it short. So when I say it's not easy, I've been in the open source business for over 20 years now. And when you look at what drives open source companies, what makes them profitable. Okay, you have to remember that open source as a movement, in a lot of people's minds who are buying, who are consuming it, it changes how they buy. We did a survey this past year, and almost 2/3 of companies who use open source prefer not to pay. So if you're building an open source company, the large majority of your users don't want to pay. And the third of those that do pay, right? So you already cut down from 2/3 to 1/3. Now 1/3 of those that are only paying for insurance and support. So they want, to get it just, because maybe something bad happens and you hope that you'll never use it. And these types of things enable, companies, the profits, the sales, these types of support contracts enable a lot of companies to be in business. But if people are predisposed never to use them, never to want them, they don't have as much value as, quote unquote, proprietary software licenses. And that makes retention rates often in open source companies a big problem, especially those that are focused on the service side of things. And anytime that you start to move towards a more commercial model, there's always risk that you're going to get forked. There's always risk that people are going to go away if they don't see, the impact of your software, and if they don't see the value, and if they're only buying it for support, if they never have that support need, eventually they're not going to see a need to pay for it. Now, in the space we're in, we have extra challenges. I'm in the database space. Databases are uncool. So not only do you have the open source stuff, you have, the challenges with people not wanting to pay, and it's not a cool space to pay for stuff. But when you look at how this all kind of started, go back to MySQL, which is one of the original OGs or old, companies that kind of set the benchmark for exits, okay, and, big money in the open source space. And again, everyone wants to copy this success. So open source now became this legitimate business model. It became something that transcended, if you will, just being that movement. And now open source is really the rule. This, is a quote from an article, on Linux Foundation. It has become that de facto standard where people are now looking first to develop open source, but they're not doing it as a community effort. They're not doing it as a means to help the world or move things forward. A lot of them are using it as a marketing investment or a way to, push, future monetization, generate a freemium model, if you will. And that's because how investors think is they get excited by adoption, right? And so they look at an open source project and they look at, oh my God, look at the number of downloads they have. Look at the number of, issues that people have opened. Look at the number of people who have contributed. And they look at those user numbers and their eyes bug out. They get really big. And then they think, but these guys don't know how to monetize this. They don't know how to turn this into a quote unquote real business. And so they try to find out how to take what you started as a project, something that has been driven by the community for the betterment of the world, and they think, how can I monetize this thing? And so they do. And so they start to invest in different areas, including things that, hey, we need stickiness, which is a fun way of saying, kind of locking you in. And there is this fine line between stickiness and lock-in, but ideally what you need, if you want to be true to the open source roots, is stickiness by treating customers and users right and showing them a lot of value. But it's not easy to do that. So a lot of investors go into the stickiness that is quote unquote lock-in, right? When you start using something and you can't get out of it, right? You don't want to be in the Hotel California space. You don't want to be locked in and can never leave. And this is where a lot of big open source or quote unquote open source companies, have chosen to play. If you look at, for instance, MongoDB, their CEO famously said, we did not open source for any sort of community reasons. We open sourced because we wanted the freemium strategy. We wanted to drive adoption. We wanted to drive dollars. And, investors love this. And they love that lock-in angle. This is a quote that I've used several times before. You talk about analysts, they praise stickiness in the open source database space. They praise the stickiness that Mongo has generated because they actually say most companies tend to stick to their database vendor over time, even if the vendor raised prices. And they say, this is a great model. Just look at how wonderful Oracle was in the 90s. I don't know about you, but in the tech space, Oracle was not great for me in the 90s. Maybe it was for shareholders. Again, not generated for the users. And as you start to look at these companies and these investment dollars that come in, a lot of that change, a lot of that focus on driving business and additional dollars is based on the management team. If you go look at the big companies that have been changing their licensing and going more away from open source, look at where the pedigree of their management and executive teams come from. There isn't a lot of open source companies in this list because you know what? They don't want revenue from an open source company. They want revenue from a big proprietary company, but X amount more based on that open source adoption. So you get people coming from the Oracles or the VMs or the LinkedIns or the, IBMs or the, Bonds, Citrix, all these different companies that have driven, traditional business models and try to overlay that into the open source space. And that erodes what was originally a community-driven play. And what's funny is if you look specifically in the database space, these companies that even as they've made these changes, they're trying to become more profitable because the tricks that worked in the traditional business models, in the traditional spaces for open source or for proprietary companies aren't working here. So they are chasing and throwing dollars away at trying to become profitable. Okay, they make a lot of money, a lot of sales, but they are continuing to evolve and try and come up with a profitable business model. I like to call this from the shareholder perspective, it's the eventual profitability model, just like eventual consistency, right? Seems kind of like a fitting model, I guess, right? That that databases companies would follow that as well. But this has generated this whole licensing whack-a-mole, if you will, right? And so you want to have a company that can have quote-unquote stickiness, or that can make people want to, purchase support or software. So you start with that GPL, and if you contribute or change it, well, then you have to contribute it back so everyone benefits. Oh, well, the cloud came along and kind of disrupted that because the cloud doesn't actually distribute it. So, we're going to create the AGPL. Oh, it didn't really work that much. Database as a service, software as a service continue to grow. Okay, let's go SSPL. Let's do anti-cloud type licensing. And so you have this whack-a-mole that continues to happen. You have this constant change for the sake of change. But this doesn't exist just here. This is a classic business model. And when you look at classic business models, you can apply the classic business model, issues and problems and kind of angst towards what's happening in the open source space. You don't believe me? Let's talk about ice cream. Okay. Now, in the US specifically, but I think everywhere in the world, you probably have seen the McDonald's ice cream cone machine. And there was this great article just in April of this year about McDonald's ice cream machines and the quote-unquote lock-in that happens with them. It turns out that when you have a McDonald's franchise, you have to buy the ice cream machine from one place. And that one place dictates all of the rules. Anytime there's a problem with the machine, you have to call them. You can never fix it yourself. You can't do anything without calling that vendor. Someone actually found that there was a secret code to get into the ice cream machine and fix the problems without having to call a vendor. So that way customers didn't have to wait for the vendor to come along and fix those issues. You know what happened? Well, McDonald's threatened lawsuits. They threatened all kinds of legal action against the people who found that code and anyone who used it, because they had an immense business working with this vendor. There was a lot of money flowing back and forth by having that unique proprietary contract. And that's the type of way that people are looking at open source. How do we lock people in? How do we protect our rights to fix this? Because if we are the only ones who can fix this, if we're the only ones who can distribute this, if we're the only ones who can make changes and features, then you know what? We can benefit more than everyone else. And that's where we're in this super dangerous time. The term open source is really being hijacked. It's being hijacked by a lot of different people. And, contributors are not being treated like the, awesome people that they are. How long are they going to want to continue to contribute if their code continually is placed under proprietary licenses or not fully open, or they're dictated to on how they can use the code that they've contributed and who owns it? And as we get into the next generation of developers, these developers are starting to think that these freemium models, these, half open source models, are the new standard, the new de facto way for people to develop software. So the next generation of open source software won't be open at all. And the issue is, as long as there's money out there and, potential, there's going to be these changes and there's going to be this erosion on what we classically call the freedom of open source. And as soon as that money starts to shut down, you know what? Investors are going to pull out even if there are good ideas. And this is going to potentially really hurt the industry as a whole. And, not only that, we're already seeing the erosion of innovation across the industry. Now, it's ironic that a lot of open source software, is what is used to develop these new proprietary softwares. If Lucene was released SSPL, Elastic wouldn't exist. So I leave you with this thought. right? We've got two battles going on here in the open source space, just like this Cherokee proverb. Okay, there's two wolves that are battling one another. One is jealousy, greed, anger, evilness. The other one's good. It's joy, it's peace, it's sharing. It's this great thing. Which one's going to win? And it's whichever one we feed. So however we treat the open source community, however we build our software, that's what's going to win. Thank you.
Welcome back. So now we are in the session showcasing OW2 projects. We have 6 presentations. The first one is by Davide Zerbeto of engineering, and Davide will share with us the new features of Knowledge 8, the business analytics suite from the OW2 codebase.
Hello to everyone. I am Davide Zerbeto, IT Solution Architect at Knowledge Labs. I've been involved in the development and design of Spago BI and Knowledge since a while. I joined engineering in 2005 when my colleagues were releasing the very first version of the Spago BI suite. For who doesn't know, Spago BI was the previous brand name before Knowledge. The purpose of this speech is to give you an idea about the new functionalities that version 8 of Knowledge will introduce. Version 8.0 will be available this summer, and other minor versions will follow with interesting new features. Just a short introduction of Knowledge for people who don't know what it is. Knowledge is a full business analytical suite, covering any business intelligence need for information distribution, data visualization, and analytical tasks, starting from traditional static reporting that you can even produce in a batch way and you can deliver by email, up to the multidimensional analysis, the OLAP analysis. But the main component of the platform is the interactive dashboard that allows you to combine data from different sources and navigate through them in an intuitive way. It is designed from a rich collection of widgets of several types, such as chart, table, cross table, and so on, with full customization capabilities. In addition, Knowledge provides data exploration tool that we call the QBE, a KPI engine to measure your performances, and support to spatial data to show your KPIs and information over a map. Moreover, final user has his own workspace where he can explore his data space, he can upload his own data, and build his own dashboards. Knowledge is distributed in 2 different editions, the Community and the Enterprise editions. The Community edition is free and open source software, distributed under the AGPL license, while the Enterprise edition is commercial, adding mainly advanced features for the system administrator. In the last version, we released some new widgets that are very powerful within the dashboard component to enhance customization capabilities and to permit third-party libraries usage. In fact, today you can plug your own HTML and CSS code into the product, inheriting the full data context. I mean that data is injected by Knowledge itself, but you can retrieve it easily, as well as parameters and other variables. You can exploit the custom chart widget to develop charts using your favorite JS library, even the ones that are not included within Knowledge distributions. You can plug R or Python scripts for powerful data visualization or analytical tasks, such as forecasting, clusterization, and so on. With the Discovery widget, you can query Solr indexes and perform full-text search. Solr is a famous open-source indexing and searching engine. This year, we are going to work on the main 3 pillars you see in this slide. First, to provide a rich set of pre-built components, a gallery of reusable widgets and functions, and new components for natural language-based interaction. The second pillar has the aim to provide the usage of Knowledge in a cloud environment. Not only the presence of Knowledge in different marketplaces, but also we will provide new features that will make the administrative tasks easier in a cloud environment. The third pillar concerns the general usability of the product from many points of view. The general user interface matter and new capabilities in the self-service process. Now I will show you some insight from the main topics. As I said, you can already use R or Python scripts within your dashboards, exploiting also light machine learning models. In the new release, we will provide a new function catalog that allows your data scientists to write custom functions such as predictors, text tagging, clustering models, classificators, and so on, and any final user without particular skills will be able to apply those functions on data and on widgets. For example, to add a column in the dataset and plot it within a traditional chart to enhance the analysis. This will allow your spreading analytical capabilities over the project and across the users in an easy way. We are also working to provide a gallery to collect and share components that allows you to transform and custom code you write into a kind of template that you can use again and again in other dashboards. So, when designing a dashboard, you can decide to start from scratch or from some pre-built components that are available within the gallery and then link the right data into that template. The gallery will provide some already built HTML widgets, such as full set of cards, sliders, or any other visual components, R or Python widgets, for example, to show a multidimensional space or navigate to a cluster or classification result, as well as building advanced visualizations, and charts created using the custom chart widget. There is a difference between Community Edition and Enterprise Edition here, since Gallery of the Enterprise Edition will actually contains pre-built widgets. Community Edition Gallery functionality will be there but empty, therefore users have to populate it themselves. Knowledge is already available on Amazon, and we will soon deliver Knowledge on Azure and Google Clouds. In addition to distribution, we are certifying the main data storage systems that each cloud environment provides. Moreover, we will make the remote overall management easier with new functionalities such as a resource manager and a new license management system. We will move to a floating license model, enabling the Docker distribution in an easy way. We are also working on natural language support to include a kind of chatbot to support users in their usual activities, to talk with them on a conversational template basis. The template has to be prepared project by project, according to the specific business domain. You will be able to use all the knowledge technical and business metadata to enrich the conversational path. The chatbot will know the name of the analysis, their description, the data and the metadata they use, and so on, all the metadata managed by Knowledge. The aim is to provide a general support to users as online help and to support users when looking for a specific analysis. Another improvement will be on self-service with data preparation capabilities, enabling certain degrees of data manipulation without the need for a traditional ETL process. When the user will start uploading his own data or using an available dataset to build his own dashboard, or just to explore his data space, he will be able to customize data structure and content. I'm talking about general operations such as grouping, splitting or merging, filtering, updating content, enrich or classify data, transform continuous data into discrete ones, always in live preview to allow the user to gain awareness of the data and to check the result of the transformations. Here you can see the time plan. We already released the latest version of the 7th series. The new major release will be available this summer, opening the 8th series. Here you can see the novelties I talked about, such as widget gallery, data preparation, and function catalog. On Q3 this year, we will work on another general improvement on self-service and on the natural language integration and support component. Those features will be available in the last part of the year, along with other general improvements for cloud adoption and general review of the user interface to be more usable and more intuitive. That's it from my side. Here you can see the links to the Knowledge website, the online Knowledge demo, and our main email address. I hope you enjoyed this speech, and to see you soon.
And now we have Benoît Mortier of Fusion Directory. In his talk, he argues that using a modern, simple identity management system is nice, but it is equally important that this solution is scalable and can be easily integrated in a broader information system.
Welcome to why Fusion Directory is becoming the Lego of IAM. But first, a word about us. Fusion Directory, the company publishing Fusion Directory, is an identity management specialist, expert on open source identity management software, and specialized in higher education and research. Once upon a time, there was identity management. The first issue is business application. Many legacy business applications have no LDAP support or really poor support. Business applications developed in-house have not taken into account identity management and have lots of manual processes. We often meet applications dedicated to a category of user written in-house but not maintained, and which are nevertheless important. Web services are almost non-existent. Simplifying complex workflow. Today, the demand is for reliable and recent data. Simplification and automation reduce the work and, of course, reduce the number of manual action to avoid human error. The inevitable manual work. Use of intermediary account management application to add email, password, login creation, manual retrieval of a photo placed on a specific directory, run by a script and then push inside the identity management, and so much of it. Here comes Fusion Directory. Fusion Directory is a web application to manage user groups, roles, email, DHCP, DNS, serious postfix. It also manages system and deployment tools. One of the most used functionality is, of course, the full support of SUPAN 2019 and other software from the higher education. We have also fine access control to delegate tasks, customizable template, trigger on editing, modification, deletion, verification, full web service REST, and support for CAS, Lomon LDAP, Webhook, and Ubico. If you want to know more about the main feature of Fusion Directory, I will recommend you to watch our webinar series in French only, but it will give you an overview of what Fusion Directory can do. First, let's discuss about the Fusion Directory API. At first, Fusion Directory, which is derived from GOZA2, didn't have an API, but disparate function not intended to evolve and did not form a complete set. When we forked to make Fusion Directory, we were thinking about how to make a clean API. The most important feature of this API were using an abstraction layer to facilitate storage in an LDAP directory, automatically build the graphical interface in a simple and automatic way, automatically manage Fusion Directory ACL without writing additional code, and of course, provide a set of attributes from the simplest to the most complex to simplify the writing of plugins handling complex data. The plugins offer various ways of interact with your LDAP data. Add a tab to an existing type of object, have a new type of object, add a management page, some kind of listing, add a new entry into a menu, add new categories, including dynamic categories, add an email method, add a new type of service for server, and so on and so on. Here you can see a little extract of the code. You see that this code will use a set attribute and inside it a select attribute to select a different kind of info to put into the select. Here you can see what this code is doing. As you can see, it automatically makes the interface, the select box, the combo box, and everything. So with little code you can really have a nice interface that can store your data. We have also some kind of advanced attributes. For example, the set attribute wraps around an attribute that's not multi-evaluated to make one being multi-evaluated. the composite attribute allows a single LDAP attribute to split into several attributes in the interface. Here you see the case of a DNS record. And the object attribute allows to choose object via a management window and only click on the object. Foreign key, it's like some foreign key you see in database system. It will update the reference when the object is modified, and you can look in the reference tab to see what other place this object linked to. Fusion Directory, being a web interface, also have some theme in place, so you can build your own theme to reflect the color of the company, of the way you want people to see things. So you can manage that through CSS and Smarty. You don't have to redo the whole CSS, you just update the part you want in your theme and the global theme will adapt automatically. For Icon, we built a free desktop library for PHP, so you can use classical icon theme. And the CSS is in less format for programmer, so it's easy to generate variation in color, font, text, and size. Here you see two different themes, one from the Condorcet campus and one from OW2. You can see that you can customize nearly everything, change color, change icons, change where the button are, and so on. Now let's talk about the web services. Web services are really important today because you don't want to continue to give access to your LDAP server to lots of people, lots of scripts. You want to have some way of getting data from your identity management system and pushing data to your identity management system, but with control about the data, control how to make the data, let ACL do their role and restrict what people can do. Here you have a classical way of using the web services. You have two databases. You get the data through the web service to the database. You send the data to Fusion Directory with the web services. It will validate if you have the right to access the data. Then it will validate the data you receive. It then will apply the template, activate the macro, and create the full object in its full capacity, then create the user, and then of course he can access the Fusion Directory trigger to send this data to other applications that need to be optimized also. The web service is based on the Open API specification. We offer a file in this format that lists all the available operations. Some client directory support this format to generate queries. You have the URL for the official documentation, and if you install Fusion Directory, you can open this file at the URL mentioned here. Here you have some example of web service call. Let's look for a user. Let's look when you know the user, the UID number of the user, and then let's put a new UID number to this user. Here is an example for a mail account. How can I get the attribute mail, Goza mail server, Goza mail quota on the mail account? Use case, that's the interesting part. First, OW2. OW2 use Fusion Directory to create a user. They use it to list member, to do the white page. They have some internal tools based on the web service that can do something like give me the X or Y type member who registered between such and such date. Delete me the user with UID is X. Here you can see the page that goes inside XWiki with field user, and this page will then contact the web services to create the user in Fusion Directory. Here you have the white page. The second case, it's Telecom Sud Paris. Telecom Sud Paris use extensively the web service and template to provision their user in all their complexity. when I say in all their complexity, they are using at the maximum. We create a user from the RH system, and we create the user, the mail account on the Zimbra server, all the supplement functionality, all the data for the access card, and also the cycle of life is done at the same time. They use Unicampus and Fusion Directory. Unicampus is the software to make the badges. They use Unicampus from Fusion Directory to send the data to make the badge, and Unicampus will send back the serial number of the badge, so the data stays in Fusion Directory, and Fusion Directory has the control of it. And also they're using now web service to archive personal account or student account, and to respect the GDPR, this archival only conserve the minimal information needed. Here you have an explanation of the provisioning in Telecom Sud Paris. As you can see, you have a staff database and you have student, temporary, group and classes. All goes to the same synchronization process. They go to the web service of Fusion Directory, who is making the access control, and then with the application of model, it automatically creates the user Ismail, Supan LIFECYCLE, and Supan multi-service card with the access card. And for example, this is the getting back the number from the Unicampus. So in this case, Unicampus told to a web service, this web service told to Fusion Directory web service, and it inserts the badge number inside Fusion Directory, so we have all the information inside the entity management system. You want to know more? Here are two links. You can request a demonstration of Fusion Directory if you want. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Here is another presentation about user management, this one by Clément Oudot from Vortex. He explains how to build an identity and access management solution on the cloud only using software from the OW2 codebase.
Hello and welcome to this session, which will be about hosting identity in the cloud with OW2 free softwares. First, some words about me. So my name is Clément Oudot and I'm Identity Solution Manager by Vortex. I work a lot on free software. You may know some of them. Most are about identity management and most of them are hosted by OW2. So Lemon LDAP, which is a single sign-up product, LDAP Toolbox, LSC, Fusion EAM, which will be the software which will be presented today, and WSuite, which is a collaborative suite for mail, agenda, chat, etc. I'm also doing some stuff in my personal life, so I just put here a cover of my first music album. If you want to hear it, you can go to Captain on my website. Now we will talk about IAM. What is IAM? IAM means Identity and Access Management. Identity management is all that covers how to manage the user identity in the information system. So you first have to manage the account, its creation and deletion. It's what we call the lifecycle management. And also how you will be able to copy and forward this identity into information system. We can also put in identity management how the user itself will manage its data. It includes its password, of course. We also talk about identity reconciliation, which means how we gather data from different data warehouse, and we know that all this data belongs to the same user. Another point is access management. So access management is quite different. With access management, we try to give permission to users, to give them rights to access to application, to stacks of the information system. The last point is very important, is the audit. So we need to know what the user has done inside the application. Small focus about identity lifecycle. You see that it's just the journey between the account creation and the account deletion. The account deletion is very important in identity management because we need to know what to do when a user leaves the organization. So identity management tries to offer tools to properly delete an account and advertise all softwares that this user is no longer being part of the organization. What about the IAM market? As you can see on a lot of studies, most of IAM market is taken by big closed source editors, mostly American companies. We have really few European companies in this quadrant. You can see that we have Atos and Evidian, but these are still closed source editors. These softwares from these editors are very complex. They cover a very wide spectrum of features, but they are very complex. And of course, they are closed source, and you must pay to use them. What about open source in identity and access management? Of course, there are a lot of open source products that covers some part of identity management or some part of access management. But there are no really full open source product that covers the full spectrum of identity and access management. Each of these products are maintained by different companies. Many of them don't integrate each other's. Of course, we have standard protocols, but it's maybe not enough to have a full united stack. With Fusion IAM, we decided to join some softwares and to have only free software and open source software, but softwares that are backed by companies. And this Fusion IAM software is also in OW2. So we can see here that we join together a lot of open source projects, and a lot of them are already inside OW2. Only OpenLDAP, which is a famous LDAP directory server, is not hosted by OW2, but all of this software are part of OW2. To present them quickly, LSC is a connector. You can synchronize your data from, for example, Active Directory to OpenLDAP. LDAP Toolbox is a lot of products like OpenLDAP package or web interface to change password, like self-service password. Fusion Directory is a web interface to manage the data that are in the LDAP directory. And Lemon LDAP NG is the single sign-on software. It's the access management stack of Fusion IAM. What are the main features of all this software together? We have in Fusion IAM authentication portal, application menu, we have second factor authentication, white pages, which is a small application to display all the data from the directory to end users. Service Desk, which is a small software to help the support to unlock accounts of users. We have user group management, we have CAS, SAML and OpenID Connect protocols, and of course some web services. Now we will talk about the cloud, because Fusion IAM is a software. It's a union of several softwares that can be installed on your own servers, but we are working to have them in the cloud. A first word you may already have heard is IDaaS. It means Identity as a Service. It's the software as a service, but dedicated to identity management and access management. So why choosing the cloud? Some benefits are, if you opt for a cloud solution, you don't need to do any installation, or you don't need any server. All the software will be hosted by another company, and you will have some availability and scalability. You don't have to buy your own servers to increase the performance of the identity application. But of course, we have some drawbacks, like the fact that the data is hosted by another company, and that the integration with your internal information system is of course more difficult, because you will not host your identity and access management server inside your information system. Reversibility is not always easy. It means if you want to leave your identity as a service hoster, you need to get back your identity data. A word about isolation and multi-tenancy. We choose with Fusion IAM to have isolation model. It means we will instantiate each software for each company, instead of having only a big server with one software, but used by several companies. In our infrastructure stack, we will build our images. We will build containers with Podman or Docker, and we will use Ansible to deploy all the components in these images. We run this container with Podman or OpenShift, and we have some images registry. The default one is on OW2, and we also use a CentOS operation system. The containers are very useful because we will be able to run each container for each customers, so we can host the identity for many customers on the same infrastructure stack. Running containers can be a little weird when you do it for the first time, because you need to know that a container will last all the local data if you restart the container. So you need to take care of some things when you run your software in containers. Of course, the goal of containers is also to be able to have scalability, so you need to think that your containers can be run several times to be able to add some performance. In Fusion IAM, we choose a data model and we choose to split the data between the hoster, which will be the administrator, and the customer. So we will have a branch of the directory dedicated to the customer and a branch of the directory dedicated to all administrative stuff. How to go? The first thing is to prepare your configuration. So we choose to have an environment file. For that, we will define all our parameters in this file. And after we will run the image, you see that we mount the environment file in the container, and then we run the container. So here is an example on how to run the OpenLDAP container, which is a specific image hosted on the OW2 GitLab registry. And we will also provide some systemd services to easily run these images. And what you need to do to go from the proof of concept to production. For the proof of concept, you can use the generic images from OW2 and from the Fusion IAM community project. You want to run your identity service for your customers. You need to rebuild or derive images to put into images your specific content, and you need to have your dedicated registry. This is a choice we have done with Vortex. We use OpenShift and Kubernetes to run the images. Here are some links if you want to know more about Fusion IAM, and you can access the source code and of course ask some questions in the mailing list. Of course, I'll be happy to answer some questions. Goodbye.
The next presentation is about CLIF, our open source performance testing project. It's given by Bruno Dillenseger, and Bruno will present the new web-based interface of the project.
Hello, welcome to my talk and welcome home for this 2021 OW2 Online Annual Conference. My name is Bruno Dillenseger and I'm working for the Innovation Division of the Orange Telecommunication Operator, where I'm currently in charge of performance management for the Maison Connectée Home IoT service. Today I'm going to talk about the CLIF performance testing toolset, introducing a new graphical user interface based on web technologies. First, let me tell you a little bit about CLIF. CLIF is OW2's project dedicated to performance and load testing. CLIF provides load injectors to submit flows of requests to a system under test according to a variety of network protocols. CLIF provides also probes to monitor usage of computing and networking resources. And CLIF comes with an integration to the Jenkins automation server for automating performance test execution and reporting, as well as an integration to the Eclipse Rich Client platform, since CLIF's main graphical user interface is based on Eclipse. And finally, CLIF also provides a command line interface. CLIF supports outstanding load injection capabilities in terms of large-scale distributed load injection, as well as unlimited number of virtual users. CLIF is extensible in Java to add support for new network protocols and probes. All it takes to run a CLIF performance test is one or several computing nodes, be they physical or virtual machines or containers, with a Java virtual machine version 8 or greater. The CLIF project was started almost 20 years ago and now provides a set of proven tools dedicated to performance testing. CLIF has been involved in a number of success stories, including today for managing performance of Orange Maison Connectée service. I would like to underline that CLIF is absolutely pure open source, with no paying or hidden feature, piece of code, build chain or management utility. Everything about CLIF is available from OW2 services. Now, thinking about the respectable age of CLIF, we may wonder about its deprecation. Well, I would say that the CLIF tool suite is still globally performing well, especially as far as text execution support is concerned. But when it comes to the main graphical user interface that we call the CLIF console based on Eclipse RCP, we must admit that its maintenance requires significant work and that finding contributors with appropriate skills is not simple. Today, the CLIF console requires an old version of Eclipse, which works only with Linux or Windows 7. So, what about the web user interface for CLIF? Today, if we take a look around, we see that popular and successful tools are mostly based on web technologies. Why? Because they provide software as a service solutions, instantly available without any installation, and they naturally allow for remote access and sharing. From the skills point of view, users are used to interact with their favorite web browser, and today's developers are keen and trained on web development. So, a web-based project is likely to find more users and more contributors. Now, if we consider more specifically the CLIF case and our experience in DevOps projects, we see that successful tools are typically free and web-based. Free tools because their deployment is easier, cheaper, and suitable for automation. Web-based for the same reasons I've just mentioned. This makes a CLIF web user interface a strategic asset to renew the relevance of CLIF and better address DevOps usage. As a matter of fact, CLIF is typically in the crossroad between dev and ops jobs. First, performance and load tests provide developers with debugging and optimization feedback for their application under stress conditions. while providing ops with sound hints for sizing the production infrastructure. Then, load tests are of major interest to ops, also to prepare for live upgrades of some components in production by performing rehearsals over a test platform, but still in stress conditions. Continuous light performance tests over production provide ops with quality of experience monitoring. And of course, writing any kind of test scenario with CLIF requires to interact with developers and architects to identify and implement relevant call flows. These test scenarios, may not only be used as performance tests, but also as integration tests to help devs and ops to check a platform installation. So we definitely that in the DevOps context, you have to share common tools. Now let's have a quick demo of CLIF web user interface. One of the key features first is the project browser with a very common navigator area on the left of the screen. So basically a CLIF project is a folder gathering all files for one or several performance tests, typically test plans, scenarios, but also datasets, as well as test results. And CLIF Web UI supports browsing CLIF projects in a given CLIF workspace, and what is important to underline is that these workspaces are fully compatible with workspaces that are managed and created with the Eclipse-based CLIF console, so making the translation totally transparent. And of course, as far as projects are concerned, import and export features are available to import or export just files or full projects. Then another key feature is the scenario edition. In CLIF, scenario defines the behaviors and the number of virtual users. This scenario editor, just like the old Eclipse-based console, provides XML edition with content wizards, auto-completion, and folding summary. Folding summary means that if you have a piece of behavior that is folded, you can have a summary of what it contains. What is new is that also we give now the possibility of a YAML-based edition for people who are allergic to XML. A third key feature is the test plan edition. So what is a CLIF test plan? It's basically a list of load injection scenarios and of probes that you want to deploy on some nodes on your network for your test infrastructure. And the CLIF web user interface provides such a test plan editor as plain text, like current Eclipse-based console. And it provides also a YAML view and edition also, which is very convenient because it organizes the load injectors and the probes per node, deployment node, which is very convenient to read. And we also provide now for this new interface a test plan creation wizard, so you can easily generate a test plan from a scenario you want to deploy. And finally, the CLIF Web UI also provides test run features, so you can deploy a test and run a test. You have access to some live monitoring in terms of displaying some metrics about the request, about the workload, response times, throughput, and also errors. And when the test is complete, you automatically get a global statistical report, and then you can also push your test results, so the measurements about response times and also measurements from probes about resources usage. You can push all this data to an Elasticsearch instance. Okay, now, so finally, what is the status of Cliff Web UI? Well, I would say that it is globally functional, although it should be considered still as work in progress. However, remember that Cliff Web UI is just an interface over a regular proven Cliff runtime. So if you encounter some troubles, it's just a matter of interface, of web user interface that has to be improved, but there is no worry about the quality of the tests and the compatibility of the tests themselves. We are now using Cliff Web UI and will gradually harden and improve it with regard to scenario and test plan edition, as well as test plan deployment and execution. As far as analysis of test results is concerned, we'll focus our efforts on Kibana and Grafana dashboards based on test measurements that now can be gathered in Elasticsearch. Then we will have to harden multi-user aspects, and we are also thinking about providing Git repository management for Cliff project within a Cliff Web UI workspace. Note that we also plan to integrate a Prometheus exporter in Cliff runtime to allow for monitoring performance test metrics with common popular tools like Prometheus and Grafana. Okay, I'm done now with this presentation. Thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope some of you will be interested in getting more details about Cliff and its web UI. So there is here the URL to the main Cliff website. And please don't hesitate to contact me by email using the Cliff mailing list or my professional address. Thanks again, and have a nice OW2 Conference 21. Goodbye.
And now we have Vincent Massol from XWiki, who will explain how to leverage the new features offered by XWiki 12 and XWiki 13 to develop structured wiki for advanced collaboration.
Hello, and welcome to the presentation of what's new in XWiki. So at the past OW2 13.x till 13.4, which was just released a few weeks ago. So I'm Vincent Massol, I'm CTO of XWiki SAS company, but I'm also, and that's what's the most important for this presentation, I'm also a developer on the XWiki open source project. And I'm quite happy to present the new stuff that we did in 2020 and so far in 2021. So let's dive in. So I mentioned versions, so let's go quickly through the release cycle of XWiki. So we have 11 releases every year from January to December. So that's one every month. And then in December we have 2 bug fix releases to stabilize the cycle. And then at the end of the year we call the version an LTS, a stable release basically. And then we do that over and over every year. And this leads us to actually more than 30 releases per year, because in addition to the 13 releases I just mentioned, we also release bug fix versions. So in total that's quite a lot of releases, but we want to do that because we want to give the users the ability to get the latest features very frequently and provide feedback to us. We like to do community-based development and get feedback and then adjust things and improve things as we progress. So for those who don't know XWiki, so this is what it looks like if you download it. So it's a wiki, so you can see the edit button, you can create pages, etc. I'm not going to go into the detail of XWiki because that's not the purpose of this presentation. Just know that it's a way to create content collaboratively. And XWiki is also a generic development platform that you can use to develop any kind of collaborative web application. So it's not just a wiki, but the wiki is what you get if you download XWiki 13.4 or any other version. So let's see what are the main features we developed. So the first one I wanted to highlight, it was developed in 12.x, is the page likes. So we used to have the ability to have ratings where you could rate pages with an extension. You could give stars to pages, but we found that users didn't really like this, and they were more interested in saying whether just simply saying whether they like a page or not. That's much simpler and better for users. So if you look at the page, we now have a little heart symbol at the bottom. And if you click on it, that means you like a page. If you click again, that means you unlike it. And then you can see in the page menu, you can click on likes, and this will lead to a table displaying all the people who like the page you're on. So in this example, there's only one person, but you would see more if more liked it. We also completely reward the rating API. So the like feature is based on the rating API, but the rating API is much more powerful, and you can do any type of ratings with more than one value and with different algorithms. So that was feature number 1. Feature number 2 that we added was also something that was asked for a long time, and that's the concept of user mentions. So this is the ability in any place in the wiki where you have got wiki syntax, wiki markup, you can mention someone. So you can do that in the content of wiki pages, you can do that in the comments area or in other places. And you just have to press the @ symbol, and if you're in WYSIWYG editor, you will get suggestion about all the users. You can start typing the name of the person you want to notify, and you will have autocomplete. And once the person has been notified, they will receive a notification. So by default, notification is on, and they will, in their wiki, they will have the little bell at the top right, which will have a number on it, as you can see on the screenshot. And they will see who mentioned them, on which page, and they will even see the contextual text around the mention. And when they view the page, their mention will be displayed in a different color, On this example here, it's in red, but this is completely configurable. So the next feature we worked on quite a lot this last year was in-place editing. So we use, when we were clicking the edit button, we used to navigate to another page and put the wiki in edit mode. It was a different UI, and we wanted something more seamless and more modern. So we wanted the ability for users when they were in view mode, that when they click the edit button, they stay in view mode, they don't navigate away, and they can immediately start modifying the content. So this is what we did, and we had to move some features that were located in the edit view in the panels on the right. We move it elsewhere. We move it to the information tab at the bottom of pages. So there are things like the locale and the different translation that exists for the page, the syntax of the page, whether it's a hidden page or not. These are things that you can now modify in view mode too. So this is much more consistent now and simpler for users. And we modified the application with a minute feature, so that the application you create with it, they also now inline editable even for forms. So as you can see on the screenshot, each of the metadata of the form, there is a little pencil button for them. And if you click it, you can change and you can save or cancel the change directly. You don't have anymore to edit the full form and have the save or cancel button for the full form. This can be done item by item now. So this is pretty cool. That's one of the big features in 12.x. So the next feature, so that's the fourth one, is something that came out of the FASN research project. That's a European research project to which XWiki is participating to, along with OW2 and other partners. And out of this, we introduced the concept of an extension index. So basically, XWiki, you can install extensions in your wiki to add new features, and we have a lot of them. There are over more than 700 extensions. So extensions like, I don't know, a forum application, a blog application, or support for an LDAP authenticator, etc. So before we had this, whenever you were searching for extensions, it would actually query the xwiki.org server. This is where all the extension metadata is located. And you do a lot of queries and back and forth and display the information there. So that was not very efficient, but also you were not able to have interesting features like ability to show only compatible extensions. So what we did is we are now building an index of all the extensions that exist on xwiki.org. This is downloaded to your local instance, and thereafter, when you do searches, it's using the extension index to do the search and return results. So that's very fast because that's running in the same process. And we can now do complex stuff. And one of the first use cases is the ability to list only the compatible extensions, well, compatible with the version you have, the version of XWiki that you have. So that's interesting. We'll talk in the future section that there are other use cases that we want to implement thanks to this. So the next one is name strategies for pages. So a lot of users have asked us to provide this feature. Basically, the idea is that when you're creating a new page, you're giving it a name, and some users want to apply a different algorithm, like removing all the spaces in the name, so that it doesn't transform into a person 20 in the URL, which they find not nice for SEO purposes. Or this allows to remove the slash and backslash symbols, which are not supported by default on Tomcat, for example. So this is a default strategy. But basically, we've implemented name strategy in a generic way, and you can configure it with a lot of options. So that was for 12.x. Now let's move on to 13.x. That means since the beginning of this year. So we've introduced a big component called live data. We've been wanting to do this for years, and we're now doing it. We had the concept of live tables before, and this was about presenting data in table. And now we want to, now we're doing live data, which is about presenting large amount of data in various ways. So in a table, in a card layout mode, view, and more. So with a complete rewrite, and it's using Vue.js and the hood. And it has a lot of features like advanced filtering. You can filter on various columns with conditions, with and or conditions. You can do inline editing of the content of the cells by double-clicking on them. Whereas before you had to navigate to the page holding the data and then edit the page, make the change, go back to the table. So that's much more convenient. And there's plenty more coming up. We'll see that in the future section. Global notification filters, that's because we have this powerful concept of notifications, and it's highly customizable, so any user can go to their profile page and very in fine-grained details configure how notifications should work for them with a lot of filtering, etc. What we were missing that we added was the ability to have a default global filters they're basically presets of filters for notification for all users. If the user doesn't override their filter preferences, then it is going to use the global ones. So this is very useful for admins who wants to set a default way for the wiki to work for notifications. And now that's a very important one. That's something that I consider to be an important feature. It's performance. So we've worked on that in 12.x and 13.x to improve it. So I mentioned notification feature that was really time consuming. It was using a lot of CPU and making the page render slowly. So we fixed that. We rewrote it completely based on the new store using Solr. I'm not going to enter the details, but that increased performance a lot for us. We also removed the WYSIWYG editor that we had at the bottom of the pages that was located in the comment section. We now have a comment button if you want to comment on the page, so this makes the page load faster since it doesn't have to load the WYSIWYG editor. We also have the in-place editing that I mentioned. That again is preventing a page load when you do edit, so make it faster. The local extension index I mentioned prevents back and forth queries with the XWikiWorld server. And we had an asynchronous framework that we use to display different parts of the page when you rendered in view mode asynchronously, and we're using that more and more. For example, the alert notification menu at the top right, where you see the little bell and the number of notification, this is now computed and displayed asynchronously, whereas before it was part of the page view process. So it makes the page load a lot faster in general. And last but not least, we worked on security a lot in the past year. So we put a real policy in place for security with strict rules and well-defined rules. And we started creating our own CVEs and publishing them. So you see in the list I've listed, we've published 8 so far. We have a few in preparation, but we have a policy about this. For example, we release those only when we have fixed them in some release, and we also leave a little delay of some time for companies offering support on top of XWiki for them to have the time to contact their customers and upgrade their instances before we release the CV, so that their instances, especially the public ones, will have the time to be upgraded before they can be attacked, for example. With the information we release, and of course there's a lot more. I've just presented a few. I've done a query on our issue tracker, and actually we've implemented 78 new features, 231 improvements, and 683 bugs fixed since 12.0, so from 12.0 to 13.4. So that's a lot, and I cannot discuss all of those, but I've tried to pick some that were more high level and easy to understand. So that's it. We're quite proud of the work done, and we're looking forward for the rest of the work for this year. So thank you very much. This is all I have. Now, since I mentioned that this is a community-based development, I would very much appreciate your ideas. If you have ideas about if you're yourself users of XWiki, for example, and you have ideas, things that we should improve, please do contact us. There are various ways of doing this. You can go to the forum. We have a forum where you can post. We have an issue tracker. You can open issues there. We have a matrix chat, so you can discuss with us. we're very much interested in knowing about what you'd like to see. Thank you very much and enjoy XWiki.
And we conclude this session with Philippe Barret of the City of Paris, who will present the updates on LUTES, who is quickly becoming the reference platform for the development of citizen services.
Hello everyone, and thank you for attending this presentation. My name is Philippe Barret, and I am Technical Project Manager at the City of Paris. I also work with our city CIO as an open source officer. First of all, I would like to thank OW2 for having me today and giving me a chance to tell about our own platform and what's been new this last couple of years with this city services platform called LUTES. I won't go over the whole history of the project, as you'll find my presentation from 2019 on the OW2 channel, YouTube channel, but I can't go any further without a short overview of what LUTES is. LUTES is the City of Paris signature city services engine that provides a modular platform based on lightweight core features on top of which we can add the needed functionalities through the use of plugins to build your own customized website. Since 2002, it is freely available as the Council of Paris voted to outsource its code, since public money should fund public code. As municipalities share probably more than 70% of their digital needs and don't have the same means to implement and run our software, it seemed obvious that for the elected team to share and be able to connect with other administrations through our software to have it evolve and share the cost of its maintenance. So of course, it is based on real needs, and it is always updated with either new functionalities or fixes and upgrades. This year, the platform will blow its 20 candles and offers more than 200 city services through 500 plus standard plugins, the tools and documentation to develop on a normed development framework. Among the available plugins, there are full multi-step form builders with elaborate workflows that allow the users to save drafts, upload documents for any type of administrative procedures. And there's also an appointment booking system that's used for more than 400 shared agendas within all the city departments. There is also a CRM, or Citizen Relationship Management, which code is also reused for HR purposes on our intranet. In a municipality, we need our elected officials to understand and sponsor this culture of open source. So back in 2002, they strongly believed that public money should benefit other municipalities or administrations, and therefore citizens would only pay once for the public code. This is how LUTES was born. The license we chose for our signature service platform was BSD, to facilitate as much as possible its adoptions, reuses, and contributions. Our goal is not to protect our code, but to make it as easy as possible for anyone to join and contribute. So the key factors which are important for us and that promotes the use of open source are, firstly, trust. Open source establishes trust and transparency between citizens and public services. When you set a digital service factory, you need to make sure citizens trust you as a city so that they use the service and support you in the digital transition. Then we also support the fact that when we use public money, we should therefore, as far as possible, provide public code. Sharing and collaborating between cities and administrations bring progress by promoting reuse, money savings, and so on. And working together enables richer, smarter, flexible software developments adapted to the common needs and concerns of citizens. Cities have their own means to regain control over their digital services, including cost and privacy control. So they must work together in the same direction for digital sovereignty and independence. Having control on our digital services help us reuse our developments. We are not forced to pay again and again for the same things. This means we need to always keep in mind how to build in order to be reused. This is very cultural. So whenever we need to launch a new service, we only focus on what's new and reuse what can be. This is how the participatory budgeting could be made in only a few months. It's a culture that is deeply rooted in our practices. So I won't have time, unfortunately, to name all of the upgrades that were made among the hundreds of plugins that are available. So let me focus on Lutes Core, where new efforts were made on what is soon to be released as version 7 anytime this year, hopefully. Particularly important in the context of an administrative, we worked on allowing the activation of the logs of all the actions made either in back and front offices easily. Also, thanks to contributions that were made and very welcome recently, upgrades were also made to allow external configuration management on cloud infrastructures. We changed the implementation of the use of CSS frameworks, especially in back offices, which is also possible in front, obviously, but to give a new level of abstraction to be able to switch the CSS frameworks without changing the templates. Finally, we had some shortcomings in our management of the internationalization. So new contributions also fixed our handling of the locale, time zones, and so on, since we actually never had this need before. Community-wise, I am firstly very pleased to share that our project Lutes has received the 2020 OW2 Best Project Community Award. This award is important to us. It recognizes our efforts to engage with the open source ecosystem. In doing so, we follow the OW2 Good Governance model that aims at leveraging open source to create value within our communities. A few new users and contributors joined the community. Some just integrated a few features on the core, and some offered, as I mentioned earlier, their help in our management of the locale, time zones, SaaS features, and so on. So Lutes is offered to undergraduate students at the Johns Hopkins University based in Baltimore in the US. And after a year-long contribution, they will soon host a Lutes website for a local NGO to use. And we're very proud of, I must say. The city of Budapest now also decided to take over Lutes and reuse some of its participatory budgeting solution to launch their own. So we're very excited to soon have Lutes Core and a few other plugins available in Hungarian. At last, interesting recent adoption is directly related to the health crisis that we all know. When visiting residents in medical facilities has become a challenge for the staff, but also for the residents, who cannot remain as isolated from their relatives. So last year, Lutes was deployed on a nursing home website to book visits. So how would you join and contribute to the project? As for any other open source project, please visit our website, lutes.paris.fr, to learn more and how you could contribute to the project. You will notice that its whole design has been redone, and the website is more explicit on what the platform is all about, rather than just a technical documentation website. So we would be pleased to welcome anyone as a new user, contributor to already the existing plugins or module, as well as new ones, of course. Last year, we brought our first MOOC to also lower the technical step to integrate and develop on Lutes. Even if you don't have any technical skills, we would always appreciate efforts on the supported languages and bug tracking, of course. I would like to thank you all for your attention and feel free to ask any questions.
Right, enjoy your lunch break. Let's meet again in an hour. Welcome back. Now I'm pleased to welcome our second invited speaker, Stefano Pampaloni. He is from RIOS, the Italian network of open source companies, and he will tell us how they address customer demands with an innovative business model.
Bringing open source solution to the enterprise market is the aim of RIOS. Hi everybody, I'm Stefano Pampaloni, Vice President of RIOS, and today I want to tell you the reason behind RIOS and what we are doing. But first of all, I'll tell you who we are, because I think you don't know us. RIOS is a legal entity currently made up of 9 companies. They have different sizes and business models, but they have 2 strong common factors. One is the high IT expertise, and of course we have all a common ground on open source, of course. We were born 6 years ago, but it's been a couple of years that we have had a big push. We spent a lot of time to find the right way to work together, and today we really act as a single company. This is the key point of my presentation, the message I like to transmit. We do business together. We lead open source to business critical context. We want to link open source and business in a sustainable way. This is the main goal for RIOS. Every single company is still autonomous, but we have a common aim. Here a picture of RIOS through some key numbers. Please mind the last row because it has been a great achievement for us, and it's a key service, of course, for the enterprise market. However, the other numbers are quite important. We are more than 400 employees, and we have an aggregated revenue of more than 20 million euros. Okay, let me deeply explain why RIOS. Open source is our choice, of course, and maybe for most of you it's a common choice. We choose open source for many reasons, for ethical one, to avoid lock-in, for many other reasons, you name it. But is it still enough for the enterprise or for large government entities? Well, we think those are still good reasons, but the market asks for something more. First of all, the market has asked to provide real and trusted competencies in the enterprise market. It's usually difficult for many companies to understand if an open source product is really good, if it will be supported for long term, if the partner has the right skills. It's important to take out those doubts. Moreover, there is another question: who can build and maintain the integration between between many open source components? In business, it's important to have a regulatory compliance solution, for example. So we must guarantee about the integration of many different components. We guarantee competencies through specification and requirements we ask to our companies. And thanks to the high expertise on many components, we can develop and support integrated solutions. Let me explain how we are doing this, how we work together. We are, RIOS has a small management team. We are just 3 in the management team because the core value of the network are the working groups. However, we use many different tools like GitLab and file sharing systems to share information and to work together. We started with Slack, but now we are moving to Rocket Chat for quick communication, to chat. And this is an important tool to create engagement for our employees across the companies, the different companies. The working groups, they are working like a department of a company to create a virtual single company of all the other companies, from all the other companies. Let me show some result of this organization. For example, the marketing team is really amazing. It organizes monthly webinars, media campaigns, third-party events, and in the last December, a great event. It has organized a great event with more than 80 talks, many workshops, and more than 1,200 attendees. It has been a huge results for us, of course. The offering group, the offering team has defined the portfolio and is constantly checking the quality of the delivery. Here is the portfolio. For these products, we have certified engineers. We required to have to our companies to have certified engineers, community contributors, and for most of these products, we provide even training courses. In Italy, I think there is no other so wide offering with this level of competencies, of course. The tech group is responsible to manage common tools, to work together, of course. It builds integrated solutions and has organized the 24/7 support that's needed to the enterprise market, but of course was really difficult to be provided from our single companies. Together, of course, we can do it. And the community group is definitely our effort to contribute back to open source and to adopt the openness value across all the companies. We encourage our employees to join communities, and some of them are community managers. The sales working group is actually just coordinating activities to avoid conflicts and to let the sales account let the entire RIOS offering to the market. The partnership working group is really important because we have a program to get new companies in the network and to work together with similar with other entities. We recently added new companies in the network to expand our activities, and we signed the collaboration agreement with national and international entities. OW2 is a great example of this partnership, and we know that we have a lot to learn from other entities in Italy and outside Italy. The legal let me say, the legal department, the legal working group is addressing the legal issue, the internal legal issue for the network, but it's even building up a service for the customers, for the market, to help them to check the legal compliance of the licenses, as well as the business strategies for open source adoption. The recent changes in the Elasticsearch licenses has been one of the task of the legal working group, for example. Together with the community group, the community working group, the legal group is thinking about offering us something like an OSPO as a service, an open source program office as a service. For those companies not so big to have an internal OSPO, we are thinking about helping them to manage the open source governance. Few words about our customers in these slides. You can find some use cases on our website, but here you can find big companies, large enterprises, large government entities, banks, telcos, and this is again is only possible because we are working all together, like let me say a big company. Just to recap our goals, we want to be the main reference for business open source in Italy. We want to serve big customers and lead big projects, even if we are small or mid-sized companies. And again, we want to cooperate with other entities to promote open source adoption. We are open for new companies and other entities, like, for example, universities or associations. We are really open to work together. And for most of these goals, we are doing it, and we are proud of what we achieved in these years. Thank you to everyone, and of course thank you to OW2 to this opportunity. Thanks again.
Now we welcome OnlyOffice and Maria Peshkina with a talk on secure document sharing, editing and co-editing, and the range of security tools and services offered by OnlyOffice.
Hello, my name is Mikhail. I'm with OW2con team, and today I will be speaking about OW2 solutions and the ways we can make document editing and collaboration secure and swift in any cloud environment. At first, let me briefly introduce OW2. It is an open source project developed by Essential System SIA. Since 2010, our team, that now counts more than 170 people, is working on powerful and comprehensive online document editors. So we provide a full cycle of product development and support, including design, coding, testing, preparing technical and API documentation, and of course, professional assistance. The main focus of our project has always been document processing and collaboration. OW2 Docs is a professional-grade office suite that can be used in integration with any cloud service or as a production component in a web application. There is also a full-stack office called OW2 Workspace that brings together OW2 Docs and a collaboration platform called Groups. OW2 solutions are available in the cloud or on premises, supported by applications for personal computers and mobile devices. OW2 solutions are open source. The source code for OW2 Docs, Groups, and other applications can be found on our GitHub. OW2 Docs comprises powerful online editors for texts, worksheets, and presentations compatible with Office OpenXML, ODF, and other popular file formats. With OW2 you get highest accuracy of display in any browser and operating system, and equal look regardless of how you work with the document, whether you are viewing it, editing, or printing. OW2 is 100% what you see is what you get and adapts to any context of usage. Briefly, we can name 5 important advantages you get with OW2. It's expert level editing functionality, support for all popular formats, a seamless document collaboration, data security and control, and a deep integration into your own infrastructure. The toolbar of OW2 Docs is based on tabs, combining all types of editing and formatting tools. In OW2 Document Editor, you can apply all possible text formatting, customize page layout, work with complex objects, and make use of numerous third-party plugins to implement extra functionality that you may need. Some new plugin examples include Mendeley and Zotero for creating bibliographies, Google Translate, a word counter to count words and characters in the selected part of the document, text to HTML converter, Telegram chat, and typograph for quick text correction. OW2 Docs allows you to create professional looking digital forms and templates. You can add different types of content controls in your forms, such as plain or rich text, pictures, combo and checkboxes, drop-down lists, and dates. And then you can share your created forms, allowing people to fill in the blanks only. It can help you greatly automate many processes in your organization. OW2 Spreadsheet Editor allows you to ease and automate your calculations. You can achieve quick and accurate results by choosing amongst over 450 available functions and formulas, filter and sort cells, create pivot tables, insert objects, and of course use additional plugins. To automate common and repetitive tasks in your spreadsheets, you can create, edit, and save your own macros using JavaScript language. OW2 Docs features personal sheet views for worksheets, which really helps when you're working on big spreadsheets together with your team. With OW2 Presentation Editor, you can create stunning presentations using a wide selection of formatting tools, objects, and style options. You are able to create clear-cut schemes and sketches with all the shapes, add customizable charts, tables, and equations for statistics display. With Presenter View mode, you can add notes to highlight important parts of your speech and comfortably navigate through your presentation by switching to any desired slide with one simple click. Using built-in plugins, it's possible to enhance your presentations with videos and clip art elements, get a quick translation of any text, insert special symbols, edit images, and much more. OW2 native formats are Office OpenXML that helps reach maximum compatibility with most of the world's documents, which are stored in DocX, XLSX, and PPTX formats, and avoid issues by format conversion. Along with Office OpenXML formats in OW2, you can work with all other popular file formats, including ODF, PDF, TXT, RTF, CSV, etc. And as for collaborative features, OnlyOffice provides you with 2 co-editing modes so that you can choose between them. You can co-edit documents in real time. In this case, all the changes are shown to your co-authors while you're typing, or you can lock a paragraph to edit it privately, and all changes will be visible after saving. OnlyOffice allows sharing documents with a single user or the whole team, providing them with different permission levels, and allows protecting specific data from unwanted attention. When you share a document granting review, command, or form filling permissions, users can't actually edit it, but only perform certain actions. You can also restrict copying, downloading, and printing of your documents. Custom filter permission in spreadsheets allows holding the data you don't want to show before sharing your spreadsheets, and also allows users to apply filters without affecting the initial worksheet. To notice even a tiny change in similar files, you can make use of document comparison. So you can suggest changes and review ones made by other collaborators, view version history as well, and select and restore and previous documents version with a simple click. Communication with several co-authors, writing editors, built-in chat, or use a special plugin that allows you to connect your Telegram account to chat with your Telegram contents. What's more, you can leave comments to any part of the document and mentions in these comments to tag other users and invite them for collaboration. What's important while working on the same document and on the same server, each user can activate any feature or choose any mode independently of other users. This freedom of editing for each user is achieved since the document processing was moved to the client side. The recent version 6.3 features improvements across all 3 editors. The major updates here are the doc theme, 150% scaling option to support wider diversity of screens, named smaller screens especially, manual password protection in online editors, new types of charts, new formats, guest names, and many more improvements. With OnlyOffice, all operations are accessible from anywhere via browsers, desktop clients, and mobile apps. OnlyOffice uses one engine for all editors, which guarantees an easy switch between environments depending on your circumstances. Desktop suite that looks and feels similar to the online version thanks to its local operation has a range of perks additional to editing functionality. It is possible to connect your own cloud, Nextcloud, and cFile to the app, or use our API to connect other services. Mobile apps for Android and iOS allow online and device document management, document editing and online collaboration. Via WebDev protocol, you can connect it to your cloud storage of choice. So OnlyOffice, we do our best to provide a comprehensive level of security for online document editing and collaboration. OnlyOffice comes with built-in features to help you stay compliant with HIPAA and GDPR privacy regulations. What's more, as a part of NetExplorer solution, which is widely used by healthcare professionals, OnlyOffice Docs has been certified with ISO 27001 standard for information security and HDS. Our solutions keep your services and all assigned data completely within your physical perimeter. You can deploy OnlyOffice on your own server or in any data center of your choice. Restriction of actions using flexible document permissions that I mentioned before will make you sure your files are protected from corruption and loss of contents. This server level of data protection in OnlyOffice is implemented, among with other things, with Jude that protects documents from unauthorized access and the limited cache lifetime also. Encryption in transit allows encrypting your traffic using HTTPS protocol. And it's also important that no user data is stored on OnlyOffice server. OnlyOffice Docs for enterprises are fit to more serious demands in security, scaling, and technical assistance of multiple levels. OnlyOffice allows building a cluster to run OnlyOffice Docs. There is no limit for number of users, so it's possible to run a cluster of any capacity, which can be extended at any time. There are 3 possible ways to use OnlyOffice Docs. You can use it as part of OnlyOffice Workspace. In this case, you get a complete productivity solution. It's also possible to use OnlyOffice Docs within any sync and share or DMS platform, or you can build the editors into your own solution. OnlyOffice Workspace is a bundle of web apps designed to handle multiple processes, document editing and real-time co-authoring, managing files, projects, customers, mail, and calendars, and building diversified communication hub. Now, various productivity tools such as mail, projects, CRM, multi-format media player, Gantt chart, time tracking, reports, calendars, chat, blogs, forums, and polls, and other ensure greater team workflow. OnlyOffice Docs can be integrated in various productivity solutions and content management applications. This, in turn, allows you to create, open, and collaborate on your documents right within any platform you already use. Using the integration apps, you can bring professional document editing and collaboration to the sharing platform you use. Depending on the platform's own perks and the work with this code, it's possible to achieve even more. For example, in Nextcloud, you can collaborate between federated clouds, make use of Nextcloud side panel by editing and chat and instantly share documents, browse version history, apply watermarks, and force save your documents. Among the latest improvements, there is a view mode for viewing, file previews, collaboration in Nextcloud mobile apps, and direct editing in Nextcloud desktop. Among the latest improvements, there is also a recently added feature such as document templates available with the integration app version released in April. Federated cloud collaboration is also available for own cloud users. Besides there, you have full range of advanced sharing permissions, version history, and ability to use OnlyOffice in OnCloud Online and OnCloud Infinite Scale. Creation of document templates is another new feature that has been added for OnCloud. There are two integration apps that we have launched in the last months. First, OnlyOffice Now is available for Nuxio, from Nuxio Marketplace to integrate collaborative editors into Nuxio, an open source enterprise and content management platform. Same goes for Shamilo, which is not only an ECM but also an e-learning environment with over 11 million users around the world already. The third opportunity to use OnlyOffice Docs is to embed it into your own solution. Here we offer a lot of advantages for developers. Thanks for well-documented integration API, OnlyOffice Docs can be smoothly integrated into a web solution written into any programming language. A white label option allows to deliver OnlyOffice Docs under your own corporate brand. Finally, the family of OnlyOffice users counts over 7 million users worldwide, with numerous major companies coming from finance, law, medicine, education, research, and government administration. We can't wait to tell you more about OnlyOffice Docs, and OnlyOffice Workspace can help you in your particular case in person. So don't hesitate to contact our sales or partnership specialists. And thank you so much for your attention. Please feel free to ask any questions, and you can of course always reach out by email regarding sales and partnerships. Thank you.
Now we welcome CollaborOffice and Michael Mix. In his talk, Michael explains how Collabora Online works and how it is super easy to integrate with content management solutions.
Well, hello! I'd like to talk about integrating Collabora Online for feature-rich collaboration. Getting all of that goodness from Collabora Online, built on this amazing LibreOffice technology, known and loved by many people, and turning it into rich, secure, interoperable, beautiful, collaborative document editing. So we're doing really well. It's very encouraging. Million or million and a half Docker image downloads every month, and people getting excited and integrating Collabora Online with lots of things. And the great thing is that we can then bring that control of your data, that digital sovereignty to everybody. Our architecture is, I guess, it's bet on CPU threads and network getting cheaper, and we just love to work with people like AMD who are doing amazing work to just make hardware much more powerful, bring those rich server hardware with just a wealth of threads and compute that we can use across your network to give you just beautiful, slick editing. Lots of lovely features. Hopefully you're familiar with those. Easy collaboration, just compound beauty. We continue to work to improve the design, but lots of lovely things going in here, and a WYSIWYG experience. You're really seeing what you're going to get when you're printed out. You're not sacrificing anything for your web usage there. Spreadsheets working very nicely. Again, I guess presentations and some more good stuff. And in terms of digital sovereignty, we really don't let your document data out of your site, as it were. So, the document data is held in your server room, and it's not sent to every device to be controlled by some JavaScript enforcement policy. We're sending pixels to the clients, and we can even watermark those to make sure that they're really, that they really are not going out to anyone. You can take a screenshot, but it's got your name all over it. So, just providing that granular control and management of your document data and keeping it safe. And of course, we love to integrate with people. We're really thrilled to see that. So Moodle, for example, great to just be able to share your classroom editing, in these locked down times, your documents, and allow other people to edit those with you collaboratively, or just setting classroom assignments and so on. Alfresco, some beautiful integrations there, thanks to Jackie, who are doing that now. eGroupware, some great stuff there. Colab, Nextcloud's very familiar to lots of people, and of course OwnCloud as well, similarly. Mattermost for your chat needs, if it's not integrated in one of these other things. SharePoint, we can show publisher files and Visio files, inside your SharePoint, which is kind of cool. Nuxio, and if your integration isn't there, it's now even easier to make your own. So in the last couple of months, I think, we've published just a much extended SDK with great documentation, sample codes in all sorts of languages. So we have, I think, Python, we have PHP, we have Node, JS, all sorts of different pieces of code that you can reuse to create a very quick integration, and it's really easy. Do just check that out. Everything you need is there. Code is easy to get, easy to install, so you just download it. There are lots of ways to do that through Univention App Center, for example, or code Docker images from Docker Hub, lots of packages. You can build your own source code, of course, and that's easy, and just install and play with that. And we provide essentially a stateless drop-in microservice. It's a pretty powerful and big microservice. But the good news is that it's not complicated. We save, say, this Moodle example here, we save all the document data back to the backend, that integration, and we rely on authentication coming from that backend too. So really, we're not storing your documents, we're not doing complicated authentication stuff. There's this very simple WAPI-like API that allows us to plug into all those integrations, and maybe yours too, and makes it trivial to install and scale this thing, which is kind of cool. Of course, we were working very hard on features and improvements. So what have we been doing in the last year or so? Well, the first thing we've done is really just provide you with options. So there are some people who love a more, say, Google-like traditional menu and toolbar thing that you can see at the bottom, and that's been absolutely great. But if you pull the latest version, you then have a choice. You can use a notebook bar here, which is perhaps more familiar to Microsoft Office users, and with these palettes, tabbed palettes then, a notebook bar of features, with previews there of things like styles. The extra space allows you then to do do some of that previewing thing. Very cool. We have PDF search, collaboration, so you can annotate your PDFs and collaborate around them, search inside them as you render them there, the secure view. Lots of business interoperability work. Here's one from for Taiwanese customers that want to have these gutter margins, for binding your printouts and making sure there's enough space there and doing that in a nice interoperable way. So we've been working on font work. So people like these complicated and funky looking different ways of rendering text graphically for impact. We've done a whole lot of work on freeze panes, so making calc just much easier to navigate. Much simpler to see your data and what column is what. Macros. Before anyone panics too hard, this of course is off by default. The administrator can turn it on, and then the user can decide whether they are going to run those macros or not, and those happen inside this very secure jail environment that we have. But beyond that, you can then run your VBA macros and start to bring some of those little business process tools that have been written directly into the cloud and provide those then in a way that doesn't require a specific version of Microsoft Office, a specific database thingy or whatever. You can provide those then very easily on lots of devices inside the browser, and you can have formulae or your complex Greeks can all be working inside your financial spreadsheet, which is great. Better sheet movements, pivot tables, creating and customizing those, and this is an example of the new way we're doing dialogue. So bring them all to the client side and then constructing those out of JSON. So not using, LibreOffice widgets anymore, but doing all that in a themable CSS way on the client, which is kind of exciting new approach. Defining names, managing those, and actually we're starting to bring that approach of new dialogues to the sidebar too, so which will accelerate and make that crisper. A whole wealth of statistical tools for data analysis if you're into stats and your data and sharing that and seeing what's going on, so we can do some really good things there. And we've also brought Draw. There are quite a lot of our educational customers wanted to be able to draw posters and just learn to do that the communication skill that's so valuable there. So being able to edit shapes and connectors and flowcharts and technical drawings, bringing the font work in, and you can see that on a mobile device there as well. What else? On mobile, simplifying comments so that we can we have lists of those instead of floating them on the side of the document. We can have them in this pane at the bottom. And of course, there's loads of stuff that you can see, but you can't see, but you can feel. So significantly faster rendering time in various cases. Much faster rendering, but in many cases just faster tile rendering, left and right. Better interactive cell editing, more rapid jail setup, so quicker document load. Better watermarking if you're turning that on for secure view. Better slide content prefetching for rapidly moving through presentations. Better on-demand thumbnailing for very large presentations with hundreds and hundreds of slides, so that we just do that much more intelligently. Improved PDF rendering, thumbnailing, download speeds, big improvements to downloading and copy and large paste performance. Much better crispness, so doing a whole lot of work to better align pixel grids on the client inside the canvas with the server, and just improving the smarts around rendering that, doing much more rendering on the client side. So your calc grid should be drawn on the client and not on the server, and then all of your clever merging bits can be handled. Just getting rid of some of these somewhat unnecessary anti-aliasing blur. So rendering more and more in the HTML canvas itself, rather than having SVG layers on top of CSS images, which has allowed a number of great optimizations. We're moving to TypeScript, so just much better type checking underneath, much more maintainable code, a better quality there. Cypress automated test coverage. I forget 100 Cypress test suites there doing things behind the scenes to make sure that we're not regressing. And all of that, of course, connected with continuous integration, so all of the commits are tested with much more detail as they go in now. Cluster debugging. So sometimes so it's very important when you set up your cluster to make sure that everybody going to one document ends up in the same process space on the other end. So we've been doing a lot of work to make it easier to check when that's happening and debug that. So as you as a sysadmin don't deploy it and think it works nicely and then realize that actually you were you're fooling yourself. So just better ways to check those server IDs. And yeah, much more. I can't tell you 3,500 commits in online in the last year, just innumerable bug fixes and improvements. And of course, bringing that to, bring your own device. So, using the online responsive UI natively for apps so you can be disconnected from the internet and still have all of that rich one-handed touch user interface. Improvements then on iOS to make this nicer. Bringing that same Android app then to Chromebooks and actually providing this whole rich user experience then inside Chrome OS for often used in education for students and other people there, and providing that just that full PC experience on Chrome OS. It's great to see that there. So what's coming next? Well, glad you asked, and really looking forward to seeing people in person too, I must say, when the world changes. But really improving performance. There's a lot of profiling going on at the moment. We're having end-to-end profiling built in, so in a single graph you can see what's happening in your browser, and you can see what's happening in your server daemon, and then what's happening in your specific LibreOffice Kit document backend, and then joining all those together into a single profile so that we can work out where the bottlenecks are. And when we started to do this, we discovered amazingly that the browser was one of our blind spots. Lots of silly stuff happening in the browser, so we've really been accelerating the rendering there, which turned out in many cases to be the bottleneck. So yeah, lots of good things there, and of course speed ups in the core too, dropping some off-screen idle painting into buffers that are never used. We're also improving the design and just putting more effort into that. Pedro working hard time, full time now with the community, just polishing the UX, finding and tweaking and cleaning lots of those small things. And I mentioned the sidebar widgets, making that just much better, so that we should have a consistent, beautiful user experience for our next major release in 2021. And of course, pulling in the latest LibreOffice technology under the hood to get that so much better. So it's fun to get involved. You can get involved in two ways, either with LibreOffice. You can go there, grab the core code, get involved in that. There's loads of cool things to do at LibreOffice, and we love it. Or you can get involved in Collabora Online on GitHub here. We have loads of similar easy hacks. We're more a JavaScript, C++, CSS, designy place. And we'd love to have you involved there. Or you can translate in Weblate. We have a forum. We have weekly public development meetings. Please do show up. Thursday, tell us what you like, where you'd like to get involved. And our mission really as Collabora is to make open source rock. We like to be focused on Office. And we're doing lots of great work with your help. So thank you for listening. I think that's all the time I have, and as I say, really looking forward to seeing people in person when we can again. All the best.
The next presentation comes all the way from Brazil and is given by Fabio Sobral from Total Cross, and it is about the different factors to take into consideration when choosing your programming language to create your graphical user interface.
Hello everyone, thanks for coming to our presentation. My name is Fabio, I'm from Total Cross, and I'm here to talk a little about what to consider when choosing the right programming language for your next GUI project on Linux embedded. So when we think about GUI projects for embedded device, we usually think of stuff like this, simple applications that are not very attractive, that just kind of gets the job done. But as the market grows and we have more people and more projects with GUI implementations, it's really important to really captivate the user. It's especially important to bring back to be able to gather all the experience the user has from his life, from desktop applications and especially mobile applications, since it's something so common in our lives, to make our embedded applications easier to understand, to learn, to understand everything at a glance. So instead of doing something like this, we should try to make something more attractive, like this or like this. Because at the end of the day, the first impression your user will get from your application comes from the interface, from your GUI. So you want to have something that your user can relate to, can really get excited about using it, to quickly understand what's going on. From my personal experience, I'm not a doctor, but recently I've been on a dentist, and she was using a machine that, frankly, I don't know what it does, but it had a screen, and I could easily understand what was going on. And so even as I was there, laying on a chair with my mouth open, I could look at the screen and see what was going on. It was not something like this, So that's the kind of thing you have to think, especially when we're talking about really sensitive medical or industry-related stuff. So the user must be able to quickly understand everything at a glance. And if I was able to do that on my position on the chair, it was even easier for her that was actually operating the machine. So that's the kind of stuff you have to think. And even when they're thinking about more broad users, more regular consumers, having an easy to understand, easy to use, being able to cause a real good first impression can make all the difference, even when choosing the kind of car you want to drive. So even when we're talking about a media center or something like that, it may be even more important to be able to really captivate the user, to show something that he won't get tired to look at every day when he's driving his car, for example, or when he's at work. So we have narrowed down to 7 topics to consider when choosing the right programming language for your next project. So these 7 topics are the time to develop, developers' cost and availability, maintenance costs, footprint, a modern UI, performance, and language complexity. So for these topics, we're going to analyze 4 different languages. It's important to note also that these languages are usually, the results are usually dependent on the type of framework to build your GUI And these topics are rated from 1 to 5, where 1 is a bad score. So let's take a look at each language individually and see their strong and weakest suits. So let's start with C++. It's easily the most used language when we think about embedded applications. And some of the most used tools best available tools around are Qt and LVGL. So this evaluation is based on these frameworks. As you can see, we have a really low rating for language complexity, time to developers cost and availability, and maintenance costs. Because C++ is a language that requires more effort, more time to develop. Stuff like memory leaks and security issues are more common, are easier to run to. Usually, you want developers with more experienced developers that are harder to get by and usually more costly. Considering these Qt and the VGL, we are able to deliver modern UIs. This rating is more about the how easy it is to make a modern UI for this using this language. So it's okay. It's not something that complicated, that far-fetched. And what you're getting from C++ is performance and footprint. So basically, you won't get any better than that. So now you're going to, at the other end of the spectrum, and talk about JavaScript. JavaScript has been getting a lot more traction in the embedded market because of the how easy it is to start a new project and to get a real attractive results with a modern UI, especially because of frameworks like Node-RED and Electron.js. Here on this evaluation, we're considering Electron.js because it's really easy to make a modern UI, and it's fairly common even for desktop applications. So with JavaScript, we have almost the exact opposite from C++. We have a language that it's really easy to learn and understand. It's really faster to develop for JavaScript, and there is a lot more developers available on the market. However, the flexibility and easy to use from JavaScript has a cost in terms of maintenance. The very nature of JavaScript makes it more prone to errors that only happen in runtime and that are harder to locate and fix. And of course, the main drawbacks are the increased footprint and the low performance when compared to other solutions. So it will definitely not be suitable for applications where you need low-cost hardware. So the next language we consider is Python. Much like JavaScript, Python is a fairly easy to learn and understand language. So we have a low language complexity, and it's a quicker development. It is also easier to come with to find developers in the market, so it translates in developer cost and availability. But differently from JavaScript, it doesn't have to come with a high maintenance cost. On the lower side of the diagram, we see we have a better ratio when it comes to performance, footprint, and modern UI. When we think about the UI, the main framework we can use in Python is Qt, much like C++. So the rating is the same as C++, but when you consider performance and footprint, we get a better ratio. You don't have to compromise as much performance and footprint than the other previous two options. So last but not least, Java is a fairly easy to learn and understand language. It doesn't have a high language complexity, but it's also a little more verbose than languages like JavaScript and Python. This translates in a higher time to develop. But it's also very easy to come by developers for Java, especially because it has been for a long time a fairly common language for schools and the broad market in general. The maintenance cost is one of the best, especially because Java leverages a lot of the main problems like handling memory management and hardware-related stuff. But it's also easier to maintain because it's easier to track down and locate problems and to locate them early during compile time. It's kind of the best words between C, C++, and JavaScript. It is also a lot easier to come up with a modern UI. Once again, considering we are using Totocross, which has its own API. I'm not considering here stuff like AWT or Swing. And it also comes with a really great performance and smaller footprint. And also with Totocross, you can use no code, which allows you to write Totocross GUI using Android XML. So if you're familiar to Android development and the Android XML, you can develop interfaces just like you would with Android and run on Totocross. And that way you can leverage your previous knowledge and have the benefits of performance and footprint from using Totocross and Java. So here's a quick overview for all the four languages we've considered. So once again, whenever the hardware cost is your main limiting aspect of your project, you'll probably be better with C++. With C++, we'll be able to come with high performance and low footprint in cheaper devices. On the other side of the spectrum, if hardware cost is not a limiting factor and you want to be able to make really attractive and modern UIs as fast as possible, JavaScript is probably your best bet. Python comes with a more balanced option, although it is still more closely related to JavaScript because of its footprint and performance. And if you need a more balanced, well-rounded solution, you can go with Java. And also, it's important to consider the cost of the frameworks and the tools considered here. So when you think about C++ and Python, you may want to use Qt, which is a commercial solution, so that cost has to be factored as well. But you can also consider using LVGL for C++ or Electron.js with JavaScript or Totocross with Java, which can be used for free depending on your project. So once again, thanks for coming to our presentation. And I invite you to know a little more about Totocross. You can find us on GitHub/Totocross. So make sure to check us out and star favorites our projects to help us reach more people. And also you can reach me on LinkedIn or other media. And thanks again, everyone, for coming.
And we close this session before our afternoon break with 2 use cases on big data exploitation in the healthcare sector and the energy market. And the talk is given by Marco Cortella of engineering.
Thank you for joining me today for this presentation. I will show you some real use cases of big data exploitation using knowledge. These use cases will refer to on healthcare and energy market examples. Let's just introduce myself. My name is Marco Cortella. I work for Engineering Informatica, and I work for the Knowledge Labs in Turin. I'm a solution designer, and usually I work with clients for BI projects and data visualization projects. But let's see some detail about what is Knowledge. Knowledge is a free open source business intelligence suite that is usable under the AGPL license 3.0. It's a web application that uses open standards and that you can directly use inside your browser. With Knowledge, you can connect to any type of data sources you want, for example, big data sources, open data, and traditional relational databases. Of course, the scope of Knowledge is to give insights from data. So you can create some data visualization and dashboard to get value from your data. Of course, not just normal data. You can also show and display geographical information. So we have a module about location intelligence, but it's also possible to extract more from your data. So using advanced analytics, using machine learning and deep learning algorithms. As I told you before, Knowledge is a full BI suite. That means that you have multiple types of document and analysis that you can make. So you can have interactive dashboard, but also create KPIs, or maybe static report that you can schedule. Of course, it's also possible to make data exploration using different type of engines, like for example the query by example tool, or maybe the OLAP for multidimensional analysis. Of course, it's also possible to assign and make visible only the portion of data that you want to specific type of users. In the last version, we added some new feature to let the user create beautiful dashboard. So it's possible to create HTML with CSS widgets, but also possible to use custom libraries in new type of visualization. So for example, you can integrate also code coming from R and Python script. And of course, if you want to have some more advanced way to navigate your data, it's possible to use a fast and full search type of widget called Discovery widget using Solr indexes. To let you see how a dashboard is created, you can see this example. So we combine a different type of data sources and also different type of widgets. So you can see combining HTML widget for displaying some beautiful cards, and you can also combine it with custom charts from different type of visualization library, and also integrate Python widgets for your code to make analysis in your data. As you can see in this little gallery, it's possible to create a very different type of dashboards, and also it's possible to make whatever type of look and feel you want. Today I will talk about 2 examples that we had in a healthcare scenario and the energy market scenario. Let's see the first one. We have a client that needed to monitor and manage the clinical examination and reports coming from a health company that had a lot of clinical laboratories. And also our client wants to monitor the usage of diagnostic devices during the whole day. So our solution was to first of all collect, integrate, and process all the data coming from one or more clinical laboratories to get data that can be used in real time but also for historical analysis. From the starting of this project, we managed like 158 million analyses for like 5 billion of rows of data. Then, of course, we had a lot of data, but then we want to give access, an easy way to access information from this data using some reports and interactive dashboard. So, the result of our solution let healthcare staff monitor what is happening inside each laboratories and monitor the working performances in reports 24 hours per day. And also our solution let labs manager monitor the level of quality of the service provided, and when the quality was below some predefined threshold, they can take action to improve quality in real time. If you want to know more about the stories that I told you today, and also to know more about other type of success stories that we made using knowledge with our clients, there is a specific page on our website that you can see on this URL. So feel free to navigate in our website and maybe have an idea of what you can do with knowledge. Let's see the other example. Our client built a non-intrusive load monitoring device that, when installed in the user's home, will let monitor the electrical power consumption. The scope of this device is to give useful suggestions to the user in order to reduce the energy consumption and save money. So, also here, we started by the data, so we transformed information collected from this device and we stored the data inside a big data solution. Then, of course, we want to extract value from the data collected. So we created some machine learning techniques in order to extract the energy consumption not just of the global home, but of each appliance installed in the home of the user. And then, of course, we want to show the real important information in an easy way, so every user, also without technical skill, can have a full understanding of what is happening and take action. So, with our solution, it's possible using interactive dashboard, have an idea of what is happening inside the home with real-time and periodic insights on what is the global home consumption, but also have information about each single appliance consumption. So, for example, if you have an old refrigerator that consumes a lot of energy, you can take action and maybe think about buying a new one that is more energy friendly. Of course, this solution is useful to let the user save resources and money, but also to prevent incident when there is some anomaly in the energy consumption. Of course, this kind of solution was tested by energy supplier and can be offered in the energy supply package that they can sell to the users. The same solution can also be applied to different scenarios, for example, not just home buildings, but also to manufacturing plants. Okay, but let's make a let's point it out. We had a lot of big data, and so a lot of data that was collected in the two examples that I showed to you. But what is really important is to extract value from the data, not just collect the data itself. So we have to remember that every time at the end of the process, what you have is to communicate information, valuable information to human beings. And to do so, we use techniques like data visualization and interaction to give real value for the user from the data that was collected. So thank you for joining me today for this presentation. I would like to remember that the version 8 of Knowledge is coming, but you can also find another talk about these topics from my colleague Davide Zerbetto that has shown the new features of Knowledge. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Welcome back. We are now into the last session of the day, the one about using open source responsibly, or what we call out of OW2 good open source governance. And I'm pleased to welcome a third invited speaker, Simon Phipps. One of the first open source program offices, or OSPO, ever established was at Sun Microsystems. In this short presentation, Simon considers its history and purpose and highlights some hints and tactics, some original ones that you may not have considered.
Hi, I'm Simon Phipps, and I'm back at OW2con again to talk to you a little bit about what the open source program office at Sun Microsystems did. I'm talking here about something that happened between 1998 and 2010. And it's possible that you don't actually remember Sun Microsystems. Sun Microsystems ceased to exist in 2010 on acquisition by Oracle. Oracle were mainly, it seems, acquiring rights to the Java platform so that they could go sue Google. But prior to that, Sun had existed for a couple of decades and was one of the key innovators in the ICT industry, introducing in particular Sun workstations, and then introducing a range of technologies from TCK-TL to pioneering RPC, to pioneering desktop workstation computing, to introducing Java, to pioneering the use of Java on phones, and most importantly, they were purveyors of the Spark architecture and of the Unix operating system under the name Solaris running on top of that. Sun was a rich source of innovation, and the reason for that was because it had a very open culture, very reminiscent of the West Coast's open source movement, the BSD style open source movement, with people repurposing technology to innovate in ways that the originators weren't necessarily expecting. The original workstation, the company was called Sun because it was a workstation for the Stanford University network that was originally created into a product, was based on open source. The Unix operating system on it was based on BSD Unix, and the maintainer of that BSD Unix distribution, Bill Joy, was one of the founders of the company. And that experience in what came to be known as open source software served Sun very well and allowed it to work well with the internet community and gain a reputation for being the conveyor of the spirit and practice of the internet that led to enormous success at the end of the 1990s. Notably in 1995, Sun Microsystems released the Java platform, and when it did that, this was before the coining of the term open source, and in those days free software was still something of a niche activity, not least for hobbyists. Sun made the Java platform happen spectacularly by making its source available in a way that was unprecedented and very free indeed. I worked at IBM at the time, and I remember at IBM we took the source code to Java and ported it to at least 4 platforms without ever needing to go and negotiate with Sun, as would have been the norm before. And it was revolutionary to have permission in advance to do those ports, even if we didn't actually have permission in advance to then go and distribute and monetize them, which would later become one of the fundamental differences of the open source movement. That being a pioneer, and that having created in many ways the internet and the workstation industries, led to Sun being very confident to the point of arrogance, and really not treating the open source movement very well, and really scorning the Linux platform on x86. It is said that every new area moves through pioneers to settlers to townsfolk, and we discover over time that pioneers make very poor townsfolk. And Sun Microsystems didn't find it easy to settle into the role as just another open source community member. Nonetheless, Sun still did a whole load of open source stuff that made a lasting difference to the software industry and to the open source community. When Sun went open source, which it did in 2004, it went really big. Now, the move towards embracing open source, which was coined in 1998 to 1999, started right away at Sun. And from 1999 onwards, under the leadership in particular of Denise Cooper, who coined the term open source program office at Sun, Sun made a number of visionary and leading open source moves, such as donating Tomcat and Ant to Apache. A lot of people don't remember that Tomcat was originally Sun's software when it was donated to Apache. These visionary and leading moves were not treated as such by the then open source and free software movement. And that was largely because Sun's resistance to x86 and its resistance to Linux had led it to be treated as an opponent of open source. And its choice of the way to make Java succeed, doing open its own way by making the source code freely available for study and change, but not making it freely available for sharing and use by other parties. Those two facts meant that Sun had a very bad reputation for open source, even though it was actually one of the leading contributors to open source. As the company faced some challenges that were the consequence of previous bad leadership between 1999 and 2001, the leadership of the company changed and a new chief executive came in, and the company made the bold move of making open source its core software strategy. The default changed to all software shall be open source. And by 2010, the open source program office at Sun, which I went on to lead in 2004 after Denise left, had opened the entire Sun software portfolio, including Solaris Unix, including the Java platform, the identity management system, all of the development tools, and even the source code to the Spark silicon chip. So this was a load of work to do. There was a lot of administration and, if you will, lubrication necessary to make open source happen at that scale so rapidly at Sun Microsystems. And that was really the reason why an open source program office was created. Initially just one person. In 2004, I took a role out of the product areas, reporting to the CTO office, and we created an open source program office with a program staff. And that staff did tremendous work in getting all the packages open source and also in other actions. So what exactly did Sun's OSPO do? Well, the first thing I have to say is what it didn't do. It didn't do license compliance. Sun's legal department fully understood the nature of open source licenses, having had to do a lot of open source packaging in conjunction with Solaris already, and in particular, having had to deal with the GPL and free software prior to the coining of the term open source. So Sun's legal department was quite on top of the needs for compliance and created a very effective workflow that didn't need the open source program office's staff to administer. We did act as an approver in the workflow, but we didn't run the process. The other thing that the OSPO didn't do at Sun was any internal evangelism. Really, Sun had open source in its blood. It knew what open collaboration meant. It knew about acting first and seeking forgiveness afterwards. It was a top-down move from the CEO that made open source our strategy. It didn't need selling to anybody. And however, we did have to do quite a lot of business model consulting with product groups. And well, honestly, we did have to do quite a bit of internal advocacy because quite a lot of the product groups didn't think that open source was a business strategy and were very resistant, even though the CEO had told them to get off their asses and go do it. And indeed, by the time Sun Microsystems was shut down in 2010, there were still holdout individuals in leadership roles who believed that they could resist open source in the industry. Some of them went on to work at other companies that they then damaged as well. I won't name any names in that. So what did Sun's open source program office actually do? Well, the most important job that we did was to rebuild and sustain trust from the open source community, which had been lost in a variety of ways by saying bad things about Linux, by not embracing open source in the open source community's way for Java, by being very opinionated when it came to licensing and code. And so we decided we would lead with code. We would make code open. We would talk to open source communities. We would engage in open behavior. And I believe that by about 2005, 2006, people did actually believe that Sun was an open source company. We built public communities around Sun's technology. As the code was made open source, we built direct communities around projects like OpenSolaris and OpenJDK. And we also went to existing communities like the Apache Software Foundation. And we built communities around Sun's projects. We started from governance. We didn't add governance later. We tried very hard to use approaches that were truly open, with a view that we would share in the market it created rather than control it. And to do that, we had to build a community of practice inside Sun. We held internal summits. We cultivated blogging through blogs.sun.com. That was really the first corporate blogging platform in the industry. And also we were very present. We ran the very coolest parties, and we had the very best swag. A lot of the t-shirts that Sarah Dornsife from the program office had designed were really quite stunningly original and innovative. We also participated in a lot of conferences as peers, and we sponsored as well. We helped sponsor FOSDEM, for example. We took a whole load of staff to FOSDEM and used it fundamentally as a tool for getting over obstacles in getting Java open source. And we made many, many code contributions. The thing you didn't see was that our OSPO was watching the body corporate. We had staff who were part of the PR function and consequently were entitled to see all the traffic in the press office. And they gave us early warning when bad things like an attempted partnership with SCO were about to happen, which that's something that we stopped happening as it happens. We also had our own legal counsel allocated to us, and that meant we had eyes inside the legal department. And we got to know when there were changes happening in products that might be harmful to our reputation. And then we operated from the CTO office with a direct reporting line to the CEO. And that meant that we had actual authority when it came to saying that something should or should not happen. We tried not to get in the way. We tried to let product teams do their thing. But where there was something really bad going down, once or twice it was necessary to exercise our privilege of being able to ask the CEO to intervene and stop the bad thing from happening. Here's 5 things that you might want to copy in your OSPO that we did at Sun. We ran an ombudsman service. Because we had a reputation for opposing open source, we wanted to give people the opportunity to tell us that they thought we'd done something wrong, rather than to tell the register first. And the ombudsman service was a private and confidential service where you could make a confidential report to Sun, and my team would then work on your behalf inside Sun to get an answer or a resolution for you. That was really quite an effective service. Second thing we did was we ran a datasheet wiki. We found that Sun's hardware hangs around forever, and people who are writing drivers or open source software support for it need data about the drivers and the chipsets. And so as we were able to extract these from the engineering groups, we put them on a wiki so that they remain permanently available. We wrote a lot of frequently asked questions, and I recommend the FAQ as a tool for coordinating inside a company with an open source program office. Writing an FAQ allows you to write down the hard questions that are impolite to make to your VP, and then force people to collaborate over answering them on the pretext that it's going to be a public question. Whether you make the FAQ public or not doesn't really matter. So much as the fact that you have an FAQ which is driving your PR and your product documentation, and which is answering the questions that need answering. A couple of things that you might not be able to copy. We were told at one point that we had some RPC code in the Linux kernel, and we were asked to relicense it, which we did. We were also asked to relicense OpenBoot so that it could be used by other platforms, and we did that. And we also had Emily Suter worked very hard to get the code for the Spark chips released under GPL with the complete toolchain. And we had fabs in the Far East who were making single-core Spark chips using our original designs. Those were just some examples of the way that we tried to be open and the way that we tried to work with other communities. So if you are starting an OSPO, I encourage you to remember how Sun did it. We tried to be radically open. We tried to be transparent and honest with communities. We let the code do the talking as often as possible. And we tried to make sure that we had eyes everywhere in the company to stop our hard work building reputation being destroyed by some other organization's strategy. I'll be very happy to answer your questions about the Sun OSPO. There were many other people involved, and if you look at the earlier slides, there's the URL of the blog post that tells you all about them. And I'll be very happy also if you decide to sponsor the work that I'm doing, unaffiliated with any corporations, to support and promote open source. Thank you very much for your attention and time.
Now we look at a tool developed by the Free Software Foundation Europe to facilitate good open source governance. This presentation, given by Max Mill of the FSFE, explains how the reuse project makes it easy for developers to declare in both machine and human readable forms the licensing and copyright informations in their code.
Hello everyone, and thank you for attending this presentation about reuse. My name is Max Mehl, I work for the Free Software Foundation Europe, the FSFE, and we are a charity that empowers users to control technology. Well, free software. Free software is basically all about licenses that give people the 4 freedoms to use, study, share, and improve software. And licenses are a legal thing that not only lawyers or legal experts have to take care of, but also developers, so those who create software, users, and also reusers of existing free software. And because licenses tend to get a little bit complicated, and as well as copyright, we created reuse. Reuse is there to make licensing easy for everyone. So let's take a look at an example project, very simple. So we have a C file there and a few other text files and also 2 images. And now you as a free software developer would like to make sure that this is free software and that people understand that it is so. So what people traditionally or often do is they just add one file called license. You see it here. And inside of this license file, there is the license text of the license that you've chosen. This could be MIT, Apache, any of the GPL family. But from the outside, you don't know. So you would have to look inside of this text file or have some heuristics or some tools that tell you which is inside of there, which license. Now, this might work if you only have one license in your repository. So basically all files are under one license, so under one set of conditions for reuse. Now what happens if in this example you have 2 binary files, so 2 images that are from a third party, so perhaps under a different license from a different copyright holder? How do you do that? And here it becomes really complicated. So if you search on the internet, you will find numerous guides how to do that, like having multiple license files and with different naming schemes, and some have a central file where you list like the third-party copyrights and licenses. But overall, this is really tricky for humans and really tricky for machines to fetch the license and copyright information of such a project. And as I said, that's why we created reuse, because we saw a number of issues with licensing. I quickly go over it. So often it's the case that we don't have information about the license and the copyright of either your own software that you already have or third-party code that you would like to use or reuse. And those people who reuse your code often overlook the licenses that you or others have chosen for all files in a repository or just individual files. And then, as I said in the beginning, it's quite complicated how to do with multiple licenses. So you have a Creative Commons and an Apache license. How to deal with that? You often have license ambiguity, so multiple versions of a GPL with exceptions and so on. And all contributors, no matter whether in a company or in a free software project, they need some kind of training or documentation. And if they switch companies or projects and work on multiple ones, that becomes really complex and confusing. And for all of these things, there have been conflicting best practices. But most of them were not really sufficient for all the edge cases. Now, we thought about how can we make licensing and copyright easier for everyone? And out of this thought process, in 2017 we created Reuse. Reuse has a number of basic principles or ideas. So we want to make it easy to find copyright and licensing information for every single file and repository. And by every single file, we mean that. We want to avoid silos by storing the information about copyright and licensing directly inside of the repository as clear text. So no databases, no web services where that can go offline, but directly as close as possible to the files as possible. The information should be readable by humans and machines, so also tools, and we did not want to reinvent the wheel, but be compatible with existing efforts that solve parts of the issues. And overall, we want to make licensing fun and easy for developers, so those people who actually create code. And this should work for all project sizes. So for big teams, for many files, but also for small repositories and projects like we've seen before. Now, Reuse exists or contains of 3 simple steps. In the first step, we choose and provide licenses. So we pick a license and store the license text somehow where it can be found. In the second step, we attach the information about copyright and licensing to every single file in this repository. And the third step is quite simple. We confirm the Reuse compliance. And now we'll quickly go through the whole process, so you will understand what happens inside of there. So, first step, choose and provide licenses. So we asked code developers, creators, to think hard about the license that they want to choose, because basically that's their conditions for reuse by others. And we asked them to save the license text inside of a directory that's called licenses. So we don't have this license or copying file, but we have a dedicated place where to store license texts. And we name them after an SPDX license identifier. So SPDX is a cool project that came up initially with a number of unique license identifiers for all those licenses, or many of them, that are out there. So in this case, we have a project with a C file, and our first license is a GPL 3.0 or any later version. So here we store it in the licenses directory. Now comes the second step. We have to add information about copyright and licensing, ideally as a comment in the header of the files. And for this we have 2 tags. The first is the SPDX license identifier tag. So as we've seen with the GPL license identifier in the last slide, we have here in the example below, we have the GPL 3.0 or later. So by this we say this file is under this license. And in this case we have 2 copyright holders. So we can either use the SPDX file copyright text, so that's a pretty nice tag that can easily be found by tools, but also the more traditional copyright fields or comments. So in this case we have Jane Doe and foobar as copyright holders. Now, what do you do if the license or if the file cannot be edited directly, like we've seen before with those 2 image files? In this case, our first suggestion is to create a separate .license file. So this is a simple text file that contains the information about the file with the same name, basically just redacted by .license. And in this case, cat.jpg is under a CC by 4.0 license, and we have the create artist as a copyright holder. Now, what do you do if you have a directory with many binary files inside of there? So 500 icons. Of course, you could create a .license file for each of them, but of course that would duplicate the number of files inside of there. So for this, we offer the dep5 file. And this can be stored inside of a .reuse directory. dep5 is a format by the Debian project. And in the example below, you can see that all files inside of the img folder are under copyright of create artist and the CC by 4.0 license. So pretty easy. The last step, here we ask people to install the reuse helper tool. So that's pretty nice Python tool, simple to use, simple to install. And the most fundamental command there is the lint command. So we run reuse lint. And this does check for every single file and repository whether there's in some way information about copyright and licenses available, and whether the license text files are available as well. And in this case, the project with 6 files is fully reuse compliant. And the example we've seen in the first place may look like this. So we have for the cat and the dog JPEG files, we have a .license file. We have a number of licensed texts inside of there. And well, the other files inside of there have the information about their copyright and license directly attached inside of the file as a comment. Now, over the course of the year, Reuse developed a lot of components or elements. And of course, the first thing is the specification, so the best practices themselves. And this is quite easy to read still, and it's ready to be integrated by communities and industry. So this is quite formalized. But to lower the threshold, because as I said, we want to make it easy and fun for developers, we created a tutorial and an FAQ. So these form a really low entry barrier and also answer basic questions about licensing and copyright. So not only about reuse itself. Then we have the set helper tool, and it does not only check for reuse compliance, but also helps in adding this information to existing files. It can also output a SPDX bill of material, so for those who are interested in that. And another element is the API. It's basically reuse as a service, you could say. And by this, people can simply register their public Git repository and enter it there, register it, and have a quick check about the reuse status of this repository. And they can generate a dynamic badge. And this badge they can add to the README file so that also people can see whether they are reuse compliant or not. So if you're interested in learning more about reuse and applying it, you could first start with signing up the email list that we have and participate in the discussions. So we are quite friendly community, and many of the things how reuse develops are also discussed there. Then you could make one of your projects reuse compliant, of course. So as you've seen, that's quite simple. And for this, we've launched in June Reuse Booster. So go to reuse.software/booster, and this project is there that free software projects can apply and get help from our legal experts of the FSFE. So we help them to become reuse compliant. Of course, they could do it themselves, but sometimes you need a little help from a friend, and we give them a hand. Then, if you represent a community, you could integrate reuse into your policies or guidelines. So this, for example, did the KDE community. And for them, each new project, they ask them to become reuse compliant. Of course, if you're a developer, you could also contribute code to reuse itself. So all our tools, like the API, the helper tool, they're free software and publicly available, so feel free to go to the website and create an issue or even a pull request. But most importantly, please help others to understand and adopt reuse. Share it inside of your community, into your company, your friends. That would be really great, because reuse really is so effective if more people use it, because then code can be reused easily by others, and the creation of code is quite simple, and this makes free software development finally a little bit more fun and easy. So thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion and your questions. And if you need more information, please go to reuse.software. Thank you very much.
Open source program offices is definitely the topic du jour. Well, in this presentation, Toby Langle alerts us on the pitfalls of establishing open source program offices just out of fear of missing out. So it takes us on the journey to establish a strong and long-lasting open source culture and presence.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to this presentation from laggard to open source powerhouse. So this is really talking about transformative journeys to successfully build a strong open source culture. And I'm going to take two organizations to talk about this, Microsoft and Facebook. First, a bit of context. So a lot of people talk about the open source journey. One of the examples that I really like is Nithya Ruff's example, which essentially sees the open source journey as a series of steps coming from ignoring open source and then consuming it, to complying to open source licenses, to contributing back, and then to creating a community. I've slightly amended it to talk about culture as a last step, right? So ignore, consume, comply, contribute, culture. Because I think essentially at the heart, what's really important, what's really valuable about open source is culture, and here is why. I'm sure you're all familiar with the technology adoption lifecycle. This is essentially a way of dividing community, a pool of adopters, into 5 sections. First, the innovators are the first ones to really start using your products. Then you have the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and the laggards. A lot of companies today are still laggards in the open source space. And really this conversation is about how you move from being a laggard to being an innovator in that space. It's interesting to sort of map the technology adoption cycle to the 5 different steps of the open source journey that we talked about earlier. And so if we look at consuming, which is the second step after essentially ignoring open source, we realize that even in specific verticals that, like financial services, everyone consumes open source, right? It's literally 100%. And this dates from a 29 report, but this is increasingly, increasingly, if you can, be more than 100%. Essentially, open source is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So if we move up those stairs and look at compliance, the way I look at compliance is sort of a bit sideways to look at, well, you have to comply if you're using open source and products. And so let's look at that because we have data around this, right? And so this is an open source, it's the Open Source Programs in the Enterprise 2019 survey, which essentially shows that, again, for financial services, but this is sort of like broadly true across the spectrum of verticals, open source is used in about 3/4 of shipped software. And really regularly for 58%, right? So we're really sort of like in the early majority, late majority space at this point. Contributing falls down. If you look at financial services, we're really talking about between 10 and 20%. It's higher in tech, where we're close to not even close. We're over half of companies contributing back on a regular basis. And we unfortunately don't have a lot of data about companies adopting open source culture, though a lot of the most advanced practices around DevOps, inner source, etc., are actually building on this. So why would you want to build a strong open source culture? Well, essentially because this is where the value is, right? Everyone is doing the rest already. At least everyone is using open source. 3/4 of consumers of open source are actually shipping their products and complying to license requirements as a result. Increasingly, people are contributing back. Companies are contributing back. We're talking about 50% of tech companies, maybe 1/4 to 1/3 of companies in other verticals. And so really, if you want to be innovating, building a strong open source culture is where the value is. And unsurprisingly, tech companies, and in particular large tech companies, have really understood this and are leveraging it. So the question then is, well, actually, how do you build a strong open source culture? How do you move from being a laggard in the space to being an innovator, to being an open source powerhouse? For this, we'll look at two corporations that really did an incredible U-turn over the course of the last decade, and the first one is Facebook. So when I joined Facebook in 2010, it was perceived by the community as an open source graveyard. This is where open source projects went to die, as Facebook hired open source maintainers to come work on its proprietary products. Which isn't to say that Facebook hadn't focused on open source in the past, notably by releasing Cassandra in 2008, right? So in 2012, a friend of mine who was a long-time open source contributor started asking internally, are Facebook engineers still contributing to open source? And isn't this a problem if they're not, right? And this led to building, to really refocusing the organization on open source, led to them launch the announcement of React, start of building React in 2013, and then the announcement and React getting traction in 2014, and later on a keynote at OW2con in 2015, where James Pierce, my manager when I was at Facebook, really started talking about the benefits of open source for the company and how they had leveraged open source for a number of different business benefits. So here, if you sort of like see the visibility of open source, sort of dipping until really this React launch, and then sort of climbed from there. And the value to the company sort of followed with a bit of a delay because React had really a rough start, right? But ended up really transforming the public perception of the company. As Lee Byron, who is a software engineer, ex-Facebook software engineer, said in a podcast, React was having this outsized impact on Facebook's ability to attract and retain great talent and to establish itself as a well-known brand in software engineering. And what's interesting is that informed their further practice of open source, which is they saw the success that they were having was React. And so they started looking for other projects and made sure to find overlap between internal benefits, so business benefits for the organization, and community priorities. So let's now have a look at Microsoft. So Microsoft has a really rough start with open source, right? All the way back to Linux is a cancer, the famous quote from Steve Ballmer, right? And it took a lot of time for Microsoft to move beyond that initial phase. In 2012, they added Linux to the Azure cloud solution. And that really started accelerating when Satya Nadella became CEO. Satya really talked a lot about de-siloing the company and really leveraged the concepts of open source to help with this. So he famously said, I tell my colleagues they could get to own a customer scenario, not the code. So really, Microsoft embraced inner source. And this was really noticeable from 2015 onwards. I started seeing a lot of friends from the open source community and the web community joining Microsoft, which like a decade earlier would have been impossible, right? Because Microsoft had such a bad rep among open source practitioners. And in 2016, Microsoft joined the Linux Foundation, then it acquired GitHub, joined OIN, et cetera, right? And now, like, everyone sees Microsoft as this huge open source powerhouse. And so in terms of visibility, you really see this increase in visibility that is aligned with an increased value to the company, where today it's essentially one of the strongest proponents of open source out there among the large tech companies. So to quickly recap, If you want to build a strong open source culture, you need grassroots support. This is what happened at Facebook. You need one or multiple change agents. At Facebook, part of it was this friend of mine driving this effort and really carrying this conversation internally. And you need to have management support and executive buy-in. This can come upfront or this can be built in. So at Microsoft, really, this was a top-down effort. And at Facebook, this was sort of like the buy-in came as executives saw the benefits firsthand of really building that culture. And of course, you need lots of time. In both of these cases, this took multiple years, close to a decade when you look at Microsoft, right? And so an OSPO can be there, so an open source programs office can be there in support of this work like it was at Facebook, or can be the change agent as it was at Microsoft under the direction of the executive, right? And as I mentioned, change can be top down or bottom up. In either case, what's really, really important is to consider making the effort sustainable, because if you don't, then what happens is it's a fad, and a number of years down the road, as soon as other goals, other focus shows up, people start forgetting about it. So you really want alignment with company goals. At Microsoft, it was really about breaking internal silos. And at Facebook, it was really about the company's image and driving recruiting. So you really have to find these key goals of what your strategy wants to focus on and drive. Lastly, I really want to underline that we talk a lot about the open source journey, but in fact, really, it's a practice. And I want to close with Satya Nadella's words that I think are really meaningful here. About his effort of changing Microsoft, and he says the following: "Because I've made culture change at Microsoft such a high priority, people often ask how it's going. Well, I suppose my response is very Eastern. We're making great progress, but we should never be done. It's not a program with a start and an end. It's a way of being." And I think that's the key takeaway really from this Express presentation, is that building culture is changing who you are as an organization, and embracing open source is really something that you transform into and then become. And that informs a lot of the way you build software and a lot of the way you react as an organization. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm glad to discuss this in the chat some more. Thank you so much.
there is a strong strategic dimension in open source governance. Hervé Paco, in the next presentation, draws from his long experience at Orange to analyze the strategic balance between proprietary and open source software in digital companies such as the big telcos.
Hello, good afternoon. Does a company push for open source with the same intensity in all directions? Or should certain types of applications be privileged candidates for open source? This is probably a question that is frequently being asked in many companies, and there is today no definite answer to this question. However, I want to share with you today 4 examples based upon my own experience in a telecommunications company, a telco. These are 4 examples where the company is not only using open source, but very significantly contributing back to the open source community. My name is Hervé Paco. Until a few months ago, I was in charge of open source governance and promotion in a telco. First example is ONAP. ONAP is about managing the core network. It is at the heart of the 5G. So it is quite natural to find telcos involved here, with the objective to structure their ecosystem. This is merely the continuation of all work that has been done in normalization bodies such as ITU, International Telecommunications Union, 3GPP, GSMA, etc., etc. Only that now the project is being hosted by the Linux Foundation. What is worth being mentioned, though, is the role played by the telecommunications equipment manufacturers. Historically, telecommunications systems were not developed by the telcos themselves, but by the Alcatel, the Nokia, the Ericsson, or the Huawei. It seems that the virtualization is not really changing the paradigm. ONAP is not developing solutions, but only specification and semi-finished products that still have to be integrated into solutions. So it will be interesting to observe whether the telcos do develop themselves some of these solutions based upon the ONAP outputs, or whether they will still entirely rely on the traditional equipment manufacturers. Second example is about geographic information system. A geographic information system is very important for a lot of industries that go well beyond telecommunications, such as energy, transport, tourism, government, e-commerce, etc. The QGIS project was developed by Orange and presented here in this OW2 conference 1 year ago. It is an important project. The application is supporting all the building and maintenance of radio antennas, copper and fibers in Orange France. These physical pieces of equipment probably represent the most important share in the technical assets of the company. 20,000 Orange employees are using daily this application. Here, the objective of Orange was not to structure the ecosystem as it was with ONAP. It was merely to get a better control over the functions and, incidentally, lower the cost. So it was mainly opportunistic. The legacy proprietary geographic solution was not good. Orange had no visibility on the roadmap of the product, could not influence it, and the time to fix bugs was far too long. The release of the new solution, entirely based upon open source technologies, was met with much enthusiasm by the users. It is worth mentioning that Orange is not only consuming lines of code produced by others, but Orange also makes contributions back to the QSHIS open source community in order to avoid creating technical debt. So there is clearly an engagement by Orange. Third example is about the business support system, the BSS. In a telecommunications company, this includes the CRM, the billing, the provisioning of services, etc. One of the big challenges of the telcos is the complexity of their IT. Historically, fixed communications and mobile communications have often been developed in different business units, supported by different information systems. Likewise, the online marketing of telecommunication services could have been developed with its own information system, different from the information system supporting physical sales outlets. Often also, telcos have been developed through acquisitions. So, in order to ensure true multi-channel and multi-service, the information system architecture of the telcos must be simplified. The reference framework for this new architecture has been published by the TM Forum and is called ODA, Open Digital Architecture Framework. ODA divides the traditional BSS into 3 blocks called Party, Core Commerce, and Engagement. These 3 blocks should be neatly separated and interrelated with standardized APIs. This is the condition to ensure multi-service and multi-channel. The TM Forum launched the open source development of the ODA Component Accelerator as a proof of concept for this new architecture. In this case, like in ONAP, the goal of the telcos who participate to the project is not to develop their own information system, but to structure the ecosystem. The telcos want to put pressure on the traditional software publishers, the Salesforce, Velocity, Amdocs, Microsoft, so that these software publishers do implement the standardized TMF APIs in their solutions. Fourth example is about software asset management. Traditionally, the pricing model of a software publisher is based upon the number of servers upon which their application has been deployed. With virtualization comes a problem, since an application could be running on any of the many servers of the cloud. The natural tendency of the software publishers is to stick to legacy pricing schemes, which would automatically result in a very significant increase of the total amount of the invoice. Optisam's objective is to provide a tool that makes it possible to implement an alternative, more reasonable pricing scheme based upon usage metrics that will be recognized as valid both by users and by software publishers. Optisam has been developed by Orange and is being published as open source. So in this example of Optisam, like in the ONAP and the ODA example, the goal is strategic. It is to structure an ecosystem. Let us sum up now. In a company, the goal, the engagement in favor of open source could vary from one project to the other. In some projects, the company may contribute back to the community. In other projects, the company may merely consume lines of code produced by others. In some projects, like QGIS, the goal is purely opportunistic. But in other projects, like 3 projects we mentioned, the goal could be strategic. What seems important to me is that 2 of these strategic projects, the business support system and the software asset management projects, were indeed initiated by telecommunications company. But the open source technologies that have been developed could be of interest for many companies well beyond the telecommunications industry. Thank you very much for your attention and talk to you on the chat.
We have clearly established this morning how influential the public sector can be in the open source ecosystem. So I'm pleased to welcome Barbara Kotsamaite and Vivienne Deveney of Webstone, who in their talk will provide guidelines for civil servants, guidelines and tips for civil servants who wish to join or establish open source communities.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us in this session on the guidelines for sustainable open source communities in the public sector. My name is Vivienne, and today I'll be joined by my colleague Barbara. We are both members of the European Commission's Open Source Observatory, also known as OZOR. The focus of today's presentation is on the sustainability of open source communities in the public sector. We believe that only by fostering sustainable open source communities can we build a European open source ecosystem. More specifically, we will talk about OZOR's guidelines for sustainable open source communities and deep dive into some examples of such communities that were either launched by or joined by the public sector and the factors behind their success. Before we start, allow us to tell you a little bit about OZOR. Since 2007, OZOR has brought public administrations and open source communities together by offering a single access point for information that aims to foster the use of open source within the public sector. OZOR is hosted on the JoinUp collaborative platform, and its code is open and accessible to everyone. We also share guidelines, best practices, and other useful resources that we will talk about shortly. Finally, OZOR nurtures an active community by bringing users together through regular webinars and workshops. Here is a screenshot of OZOR's homepage. As you can see, the content on OZOR is quite varied. It includes news on the latest developments in open source in the public sector. We have longer case studies with insights about good practices, interesting projects, and much more. You'll also find event listings for open source focused events in Europe, including the ones organized by us. All of this information is not just published by OZOR. Any community member can contribute, and all you have to do is create a JoinUp account. A key resource I haven't touched on yet is the Knowledge Center, which gives users access to a variety of resources in addition to these I mentioned. First, there is the country intelligence on open source policies in and beyond Europe. And so far, we have published reports outlining the status of open source policies in about 30 countries. There are also case studies on the use of OSS in public administrations. And one other unique resource is the list of open source associations, competence centers, and points of contact in each EU member state. If you're here for code, we also have a list of OSS repositories that are relevant for or created by the public sector. Finally, there are our guidelines for creating sustainable open source communities in the public sector, which are the topic for today's presentation. I will now hand you over to Barbara, who will tell you more about them.
Thank you, Vivienne. It is well known that public administrations stand to gain from the use of open source software. However, despite the benefits of using open source software, we observe a somewhat scattered landscape of its adoption across public administrations in Europe. Additionally, our team firmly believes that the adoption of open source can only be sustainable if there are communities around it. In other words, public administrations should not be mere consumers of the software, but rather active contributors to it. Motivated by these observations, we decided to investigate what makes open source communities in the public sector sustainable, and then created practical guidelines with these findings for OZOR users. In the guidelines, you will find recommendations, best practices, and resources for anyone looking to adopt and create open source software in the public sector. Thanks to the e-translation tool that was integrated into JoinUp, you can auto-translate the guidelines into more than 24 languages. We took a multi-step approach to produce the guidelines. The first step was to identify the key success factors that contribute to community sustainability. Then we identified sustainable communities in order to learn from them and their successful experiences. We also relied on collaboration with our OZOR community. We launched a survey to better understand the sustainability of public sector communities and developed 5 case studies looking at communities in Italy, Finland, the Netherlands, France, and Germany. We organized an in-person workshop in pre-pandemic times and held a webinar to gather user feedback. You can find more information on our approach and our literature review and survey findings in the dedicated publication available on OZOR. The resulting guidelines are structured into 3 chapters. They begin by detailing how public administrations can lay a solid foundation to sustainably engage with open source. They also provide recommendations on how public administrations can join an existing community or build their own from scratch. One of the goals of producing these guidelines was to help public administrations and open source communities collaborating with them to understand what the main factors contributing to community sustainability are. To this end, we identify 5 key sustainability factors. These are community vibrancy. It relates to members' motivation and the community's capacity to retain current members and attract new ones. Open source communities should provide opportunities for growth. Sustainable funding relates to funding and resource management within the community. Clear governance structure relates to the presence of transparent processes and procedures within the community. Technological maturity relates to the quality of the software source code and its documentation. Last but not least, public sector adoption incentives relates to the nuances of public administrations. This includes the importance of having support of the political and managerial hierarchy, raising awareness of open source, and being open to change. The recommendations shared in the guidelines build on each of these factors. We will deep dive into what each of these factors mean in practice shortly.
Having explained the key sustainability factors, we would like to highlight how they are reflected in practice. We will take a closer look at 5 different communities and highlight a sustainability factor in each and what it means for the community. Launched in 2009 by the Finnish National Land Survey, Oskari is an open source software framework that can be used to easily build web mapping applications, showcase geospatial data, and further analyze it. Thanks to Oskari, public administrations and other organizations that use the software can share their spatial data and work collaboratively. Today, approximately 40 organizations are involved in Oskari's development. Although the project originated within the public sector, the solution is now used in several public and private organizations in Finland and abroad to support geospatial projects. Many factors contribute to Oskari's sustainability. However, we would like to highlight its sustainable funding. The initial budget for the project came from the Finnish Ministry of Agriculture. Once the other public administrations became interested in using Oskari, the project team set up a joint development forum, which has a say in the development of Oskari. Each interested member signs a contract and contributes a yearly fee set at 5,000 euros. In our guidelines, we offer several recommendations on how to secure sustainable funding for one's community. Organizations should calculate the total cost of ownership of their project to have a clear idea of the required budget, secure funding, either public or private, for the entire project evolution, and assess if they might need any additional resources down the line.
Let's now turn to the importance of having a clear governance structure in your community. Launched by the City of Paris in 2001, Lutes is a free and open source portal engine that allows users to quickly create a website or a web application. Part operating system and part content management system, the source code helps users to easily create and maintain custom websites and applications, which can then be further enhanced with additional functional modules. As a project launched by the public sector, the software Lutes is maintained and developed within the municipal government of Paris. To ensure it can operate smoothly, the 100-member community has established a clear governance structure with well-defined roles established for each contributor. Inspiring leaders help to steer the daily work of the community. Azor's guidelines recommend for any community to establish a clear decision-making structure in the community with defined roles and responsibilities and to produce easily accessible guidelines. A community should have a core team consisting of members who make regular contributions to the software, interact with the broader community, and are responsible for making key project decisions.
Looking at technological maturity, we want to highlight the community of Integrate. Launched by students, Integrate is an open-source digital integration platform designed to reduce information poverty for new arrivals in and within Germany. Today, it has helped over 60 German municipalities, each of which now are community members of Integrate. As a testament to its sustainability, the community also hopes to launch internationally. The Integrate software is technologically mature and well documented. A designated team updates the software, conducts peer reviews, and follows up on any bug reports. They ensure that Integrate is up to date, responsive to the community's needs, and digitally relevant. The team behind Integrate believes that the mature and user-friendly packaging of their software is one of the key factors explaining their success and rapid growth. In the guidelines, you will find multiple recommendations to take into account when it comes to maintaining your software. It is important to plan regular updates and new releases and to provide up-to-date and high-quality documentation. The technical maturity of software is crucial for the community's sustainability as it is the foundation on which it is built.
Next, let's take a closer look at the role that community vibrancy plays in sustainability and how this can be achieved. In 2019, the city of Groningen decided to launch a participatory democracy platform titled The Voice of Groningen. The municipality chose to create a fork of the Consul software, which offers an open source digital platform and an app for participatory democracy. While Voice of Groningen is an independent public sector-led initiative in its own right, they began to contribute to the existing open source community that had already been built around the Consul software, not just the fork that they had developed. One of the key factors behind the sustainability of both Voice of Groningen and Consul is the community vibrancy. Members of the core team of Voice of Groningen indicated that they chose Consul as it was a well-documented solution with a strong and supportive community of developers behind it. Another testament to the sustainability of Consul is that whilst the software has been worked more than 550 times, a lot of communities contribute upstream and share their software updates with Consul. Our guidelines emphasize the importance of a common sense of purpose in the community as a way to ensure members' commitment, as is the case for the Voice of Groningen and Consul communities. Ensuring members' motivation is key for long-term community sustainability and growth. The three main ways to do this is to recognize your members' work, ensure transparent decision-making processes, and organize regular meetups.
The final sustainability factor is public sector adoption incentives. We will analyze it through the perspective of the Developers Italia, a public sector launched community of software developers, and the central open source software platform designed for the delivery of digital public services in Italy. The founders of Developers Italia had a good understanding of both public sector processes and the nature of open source communities. For this reason, the core team invested significant resources in educating their public sector peers about the horizontal and collaborative nature of OSS projects, inviting them to regular community meetings and showcasing community achievements. Similarly, despite some hesitations, community managers insisted that everyone should work together on a common platform as a way to break silos and ensure transparent decision-making. In our guidelines, we recommend building relationships outside your community to help you boost its recognition within your public administration. Contribution and resources dedicated to your open source community have to be recognized and valued by the management and employees. This can only happen if other civil servants outside the community understand what working on an open source solution entails, such as the horizontal and communal nature of open source projects. All of the communities analyzed in our case studies demonstrated flexibility and agility to work with and within public administrations, and often opted to increase the number of actors involved to strengthen their sustainability.
We hope that the presentation of these 5 sustainable communities and an explanation of how their success factors are linked to recommendations in our guidelines shed light on how public administrations can build sustainable open source ecosystems. The recommendations we presented are just a snapshot of what is available in the guidelines. In there, you will find many more practical recommendations, tips, and resources. Before we close our presentation, we would like to let you know that guidelines are currently open for feedback. We are keen to hear from our community about how they could be further improved in order to meet your needs. So go ahead, have a read, and if you feel like you might have something to share, let us know. Thank you for joining us today. If you would like to hear more news from Mozilla, be sure to subscribe to our newsletter and stay in touch.
We've mentioned the OW2 Good Governance Initiative a couple of times today, so this is the presentation about the OW2 Open Source Good Governance Initiative. At OW2, an initiative is a joint effort between members and non-members to address market need. The need here is that for guidance as to how to properly manage open source software. So we're going to look at why we are doing this initiative, then what we are actually doing, and then where we're actually going with what we have. There's no doubt that open source software is growing and becoming mainstream. We even have the figures to demonstrate it. The one to your left here is from a recent study by Red Hat that explains that within the next 2 years, 2/3 of an enterprise software stack will be made of open source software. The one to the right is from a well-known study by Sonotype, so well-known result by Sonotype that says that for any new application, 80 to 90% of the code comes from existing components, many of which, of course, are open source. But there is another evolution that we are interested in for the OW2 initiative here, is that open source is growing from an initial market of open source aware users towards a growing market of skeptical users, or maybe more precisely, users that have been educated with proprietary software and that may feel uncomfortable with adopting open source. And that's understandable because open source is maybe one reality, but it has different perspectives: financial, commercial, technical. There is even this community dimension that may feel a little bit new, etc. The need we are addressing for a consistent, integrated approach that can bring results to organizations in terms of economies, budget economies, digital sovereignty, technical responsiveness, etc., but also an approach that is compatible with the management structure of these organizations. That is, an approach that can be adapted to the specifics of its organization, an approach that can be shared so that organization can understand compare them each other, an approach that also can be managed, meaning with actions and activities that can be properly identified, and a methodology that can be measured, meaning of which we can measure the progress. So that's the need we are addressing, and we have developed, we are still developing, I must say, a methodology that is based on pursuing 5 goals: the usage goal, trust goal, culture goal, engagement goal, and strategy goal. These goals should be obtained through activities, and these activities are described with scorecards, what we call scorecards. So that's the simple blueprint you need to have in mind for this comprehensive approach. Scorecards that describe activities that helps to obtain the goals. Goal by goal, what do we have? We have the usage goal, the first one, which is about being efficient in using open source software. So it's all about having the technical skills and properly managing the portfolio of open source software that we have. So we are identifying activities to pursue that goal, and some verification points, such as having an inventory of the open source used, or an inventory of the required skills that we may be needing. At this stage, I must say that the activities that we are suggesting here are generic. They are to be customized by each organization so that they can actually literally own these activities and apply to the activities, KPIs, etc., that really match their way of functioning. So that was the usage goal. The next goal is the trust goal. It's about using open source software in an environment or in a way that is safe and dependable. So it's about properly managing dependencies, properly managing vulnerabilities, making sure that we don't import vulnerabilities with reusing components. It's about managing legal compliance, both from the standpoint of the components that we import or the license that we attribute to code that we may publish as open source software, etc. So the verification points here are such like using the proper tools to manage dependencies, for instance, or having appointed a person to manage legal compliance. The next goal is what we call the culture goal. We know that open source software is not just about technology or legal compliance, but it's about working together. So it's about people and culture. So this goal is about making sure that the development team feel that they belong to the open source community at large, that they are empowered to reach out to other projects, to communicate in mailing lists, to attend events, etc. So we identify certain activities here and verification points to make sure that the development team feel comfortable in using open source. So that's, let's say this is the individual perspective. And now there is the corporate perspective with the engagement goal. And the idea is to make sure that the organization engages with the open source ecosystem, understands that the sustainability of this ecosystem is its own interest, really. So we have identified some activities such as making sure we contribute back to open source project, or we contract with open source software vendors and we pay for their support plans, for instance, or participating in open source events and with the related verification points. And the last goal is the strategy goal. It's about proactively using open source software for innovation and competitiveness, understanding that open source is a vehicle for digital transformation, and making sure that open source is visible at the highest level of the hierarchy of an organization. So we have some verification points, and even as to making sure that open source is mentioned in the annual report, for instance. So we have redefined the activities. Again, as I said, these activities are generic, but we have managed a workable, useful structure with a description of the activities, then the activity or the opportunity assessment, so the motivation for the activity, why this activity is relevant, that's the next structure, section here. Then we have an activity section about how we measure progress, what sort of KPIs we want for each of the activities. Then the next section is about the tools that are recommended to make sure that we implement properly the activities, properly and efficiently the activity. Then there is another section which is useful about recommendations. So this is where we try to collect feedbacks and lessons learned by other users. We can develop this methodology by using different tools. We're actually developing a web app to facilitate the deployment of the methodology, but at the moment we are using a bug tracker with an issue template to define each activity. We use this environment to manage the users, the owners of the activities or the participants in the activities, and to track the progress of the activities. So that's the sort of thing we need to implement. So in the end, the idea is you have your game plan for implementing good open source governance, and this game plan will, or the methodology or the dashboard, we have a dashboard that can help you manage the progress. So you can define your priorities, you can define some milestones, you can identify the activities that are in progress, those that are on hold, not started yet, etc. And you can use this approach to report to the top management. So now, where do we go with this? So we understand that we're not on our own in this space. There are great resources from the Linux Foundation, especially from the To Do group, but also from OpenChain. And for instance, in France, we have the TOSIT group, which is a group of large end users sharing best practices. But we feel that we have already now a proper value proposal in terms of this blueprint to help implement corporate-wide open source policies and those 5 goals: usage, trust, culture, engagement, and strategy. So we want to promote this, and we're promoting this through 3 strategic objectives. The first one is that we want to use this to help define what is the state of the art, what it means to be using open source software professionally and in a way that is appropriate. So we want to help define the state of the art in this domain. The next objective is that we want to work for all the sectors of activities, not just the software vendors or systems integrators or those platform companies that live and grow by developing software, but we want to look at the other sectors: transportation companies, retail companies, manufacturing companies, local or central administrations, healthcare organizations, etc. So these are the people we want to work for, and we understand that it would be more productive to develop this from a European perspective. Of course, the lessons will be global, but I think the driving force will be European in our efforts. And the third objective is to actually develop and keep running and maintain a platform that is as open and accessible as possible for people to learn from others and for people to share their experience. We understand that OW2 cannot develop that all by itself, so we are doing this at the European level, and we've approached open source non-profit organizations based in Europe, starting with the Eclipse Foundation. We've also approached the Free Software Foundation Europe or the Foundation for Public Code, and we are working together to promote this methodology, this resource. We've also presented it to large end users, and some of them have already committed to beta test it and then to provide us some feedback, which should take us towards the end of the year with a mature methodology. So that's our timeline for 2021. We are now in the end of the second quarter. We are recruiting our beta testers. We have a framework, a blueprint. We will work from between now and the end of the year to mature this methodology, and then towards the end we can even onboard vendors. We think that there is room for consultants to provide support to end users to implement this methodology. So how you can, it's an open effort, how you can get in on it. So at the moment, the entry point is open_source_governance, which is the page of the initiative on the OW2 website, where that takes you to what we call the resource center, from which you can create your user account. But we are developing another website with these non-profit organizations from Europe. So stay tuned for more about the OW2 Good Governance Initiative and our methodology. It's been put together, me and the chair. So the chair ends his presentation saying, now we go. I think now we're live for the. This is a first for OW2con, so we're trying to have a live interactive after all the program of very interesting presentation that we have all day that were recorded, so we could keep track of the time. I think we have a problem with the technique. Shall I start again, or tell me to start again? Somebody tell me if we need to start again. The thing is, us on the roundtable, we don't see what you attendees are seeing, and we have Neja. Hello, Neja. So, we've stopped the OBS. OBS just joined the meeting again. Okay. Okay, we can continue. We don't have the pictures at the moment, so it's okay. So I can read my thing. Okay, so reset. We start again. There is no sound. There is no camera, but we all have the sound, so they're all listening to us. And again, start again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Starting again this roundtable. So welcome to the roundtable on open governance after all this presentation, and okay. So we've heard several talks about open source governance and just as many different perspectives on the topic. So we also had in the background of this presentation as many definitions of what an OSPO is. So now we have a roundtable tasked with the challenge of bringing clarity to the topic. Around the table, we have Neja Lanois. Neja, as the CIO of the City of Paris since 2012, you lead the digital transformation of the French capital. You're an open source enthusiast, and you believe in co-creation and open data to improve public services. Then we have Gijs Ilenius. Gijs, you're an international specialist on digital government and an expert on open source in public services. You lead the implementation of the open source responsible for the company's strategy and stewardship in open source communities. And then we have Mike Milinkovic. Mike does not need to be introduced. You're the executive director of the Eclipse Foundation since 2004. And you know governance inside out as you lead both the Eclipse open source community and its commercial ecosystem. And Simon Phipps, whom you've heard early in the session. So Simon, you're the former head of open source at Sun Microsystems and a co-founder of the Java business at IBM. You now lead an open source strategy company advising on OSPO and community matters, and you serve on various non-profit boards. So thank you all 5 of you for being here and bearing with the technicalities of this live roundtable. So this roundtable is the perfect setting for an announcement that we have been preparing. And as I just said at the end of my presentation, announce that European non-profit organizations are teaming up to launch what we have called the OSPO Alliance. So we joined forces with leading European open source non-profit organizations such as the Eclipse Foundation and Foundation for Public Code, plus the Open Forum Europe, to establish OSPO Alliance and create the OSPO Zone website. The mission of the OSPO Alliance is to grow awareness for open source in Europe and globally, and to promote the structured and professional management of open source by companies and administrations. So for OW2, The OSPO Alliance is a channel to disseminate the good governance initiative methodology that I've introduced earlier on, and this methodology is to implement OSPOs. But the OSPO Alliance is much more than that, has greater ambitions. And maybe Mike, if you want to comment on the ambitions of the OSPO Alliance.
Thank you for that excellent introduction, Cedric. Really appreciate it. And I just want to call out again, thank you for all the great work that you've done on the Good Governance Initiative. I think that's really helped seed the content that we have at OSPO Zone, and helping us really kick off the OSPO Alliance with some really good content. So for the aspirations of the OSPO Alliance, I think it's most importantly, this is a global initiative started in Europe. And so that is the aspirations for this. It's not just about helping tech companies build open source program offices. As you mentioned, it's for corporations of all types. And in particular, in the European ecosystem, you see a lot more sort of industrials and enterprises than you typically see in the pure software giants in Silicon Valley. So there's definitely a somewhat different take on the role of an OSPO in those kinds of organizations. And I'm sure with the other panelists can talk about this far more than I, but in the role of public administrations and the government adoption and contribution to open source, I think that's another very important focus area. I think, taking from what you did with the Good Governance Initiative, one of the key messages that we want to bring to all of the organizations that are going to be engaging with the OSPO Alliance is the importance of contribution and participation, as well as use and compliance. And so that's really going to be one of I think the key focus areas for the OSPO Alliance, is really helping the organizations that are starting their open source journeys to understand and recognize the importance of participation and contribution. And one of my all-time favorite presentation slides is, open source is free, just like a puppy. And it takes care and feeding to foster the open source communities that are delivering all of this important value and co-creation, collaboration, and innovation that's happening within the broader open source community. And very much looking forward to working with my colleagues and peers in the OSPO Alliance to help further this mission.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks. Najia, over to you now. You're the CIO of the City of Paris, and the City of Paris has become pretty visible in the open source world lately. So maybe two things from you. Can you tell us what open source represents for the City of Paris, and also what you can expect from the OSPO Alliance?
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank OW2 organization for having me today on this panel, and for their work ever since the city has been a member of the consortium. Thank you, Cedric. So yes, open source software is extremely important to the City of Paris, not only because it's more efficient, but also because it reflects our values and the values of the executive team. You're right, we are more visible now because the City of Paris was more focused on developing open source tools to achieve our digital objectives. But now we are aware that it's necessary to promote our work and to promote our open source strategy and to share more with other organizations, cities, administrations. So open source strategy is a real commitment. First of all, it's a political commitment. And here in Paris, open source is supported by the mayor, the first deputy mayor, and the team, all the executive team, and they understand its value and they sponsor its use. So we are very lucky for that. It's also a commitment from the ethical point of view. we encourage the executive team and the IT department encourage sharing and reusing all the work, because it's paid with public money, and we try to open our source base. And for us, opening the source base is more than a technical matter. It's also a matter of ethical commitment. And I think it's very important, because if when I discuss with the other CIOs in other cities or administration, if we don't have this commitment from the top management, it's very, very difficult to promote open source strategy. It's a responsibility for the CIO, because we can't say that it's the fault of an editor if something is wrong, something doesn't work. It's the responsibility of the CIO. It's also using open source is also for us cost effective, really. Every time we launch a project, a big project, we have to compare the open source solution versus the proprietary solutions. We look at the return on investment and all the necessary requirements, the deadline, the cost, etc. And depending on the domain, open source is often cost saving and keeps us independent, and it's very important. But we are aware that for special domains like financial or HR, we can't propose open source solution, because they already exist on the market and we have to use them.
So you would agree, Legia, that there is much more to OSPO managing open source than just managing compliance. It's a complex approach, and you need the support of the top management as well.
Yes, exactly.
That's very interesting. Yes, Gijs, maybe because you're a big administration at the city of Paris, but I think, and we come back to you, Legia, but I think the European Commission is even larger than that. And is it you do talk about establishing an OSPO, and what do you put in that?
Thank you, Cedric. Well, first, thanks OW2 for having us here, and I actually completely agree with what Legia just said. For example, about the support of the leadership, it's essential. Without that, you can't get very far. This is something that I picked up when I was working for the Commission's Open Source Observatory. This is something that all the open source projects in all the member states would echo. But at the Commission, you see it as well. And it's actually thanks to very solid support from the commissioner, the commissioners, and the Commission of Digit, the Director General and the directors for open source, that we have a strongly established open source strategy that was announced last year. To sum it up for people outside of the Commission, and I think Paris is actually bigger in size as a public service than the Commission is, but to sum it up, what the OSPO will try to do, what the OSPO is actually doing, is removing the organizational and the legal bottlenecks to open source that exist, that are currently making it difficult for the Commission to use more open source, and are making it difficult for the Commission to share its solutions under an open source license. And I'm actually very happy to sort of announce that we've made, in the short time that we're there, we've made some big steps. It's also because everybody wants these things to change. So it's now easier for Commission development projects to work on code bases of their colleagues. Previously, that was a bit cumbersome. We've changed that. But sometime this summer, it will become a lot easier for the Commission to share their software solutions under an open source license. That's the biggest bottleneck. We've been working on it with a bunch of lawyers around the Commission in sessions the past months, and we're about to push this into the machine so that it will come out, and then it will be a European thing. And then it will that doesn't mean that the floodgates will open, but it will make sure that projects will start to trickle out of the Commission. And there's a lot of projects out there, so we hope that the community will be using that.
Yeah,
so
I see. Interesting to hear you say that Paris is probably a bigger administration than the European Commission. We usually see the European Commission as a rather big administration. But anyway, from the IT perspective, perhaps Paris is more. I mean, they have a lot to do, and they really develop their own services. And I must say that we are very, actually, we're blessed to be able to work with the City of Paris in developing this methodology. They are really very helpful. An example to follow, but maybe another example to follow. And we looking at Deborah Bryant here. Deb, really, after what you heard, you have first-hand experience from running what is probably one of the most influential OSPO in our industry, really. So, what would be your reaction to what you've heard, and what would you expect from the OSPO Alliance? We can't hear you. You mute.
First of all, we'll start by unmuting, which will help if we're doing a podcast. So first of all, thank you, Cedric, for including me here in the panel today with these wonderful experts. My initial reaction for the OSPO Alliance is a fantastic. A great deal of my work includes conferring with customers and other people in the industry that are struggling to find out how to adopt open source or to even develop their own program. I'm especially excited about this alliance because it's a cross-industry alliance. And I like to think of open source and sustainable open source and useful open source as an open ecosystem. So if you have a private sector, the public sector, nonprofits, and academia adopting this kind of construct around using open source program offices, small or large, to further their goals. In my experience, the challenges are not technical in adoption. It has to do with leadership and resource and cultural change, and then having an imagination to see where it can be used. So I see this as a highly beneficial alliance. And I can also see some potential. If you think about an ecosystem that includes everything from a student learning skills to become part of industry or the public sector, all the way through to companies that are innovating through open source software and contributing to economic development. There may be a possibility in the future you'll find that this is a great back fence, so to speak, to have discussions around what projects you're working on. You have to remember open source always starts with something, and there may be other things that come out of the alliance in the future that you had not even expected.
But you talk from this perspective of Red Hat, which is Red Hat is entirely in the open source world. But what sort of, and having established an OSPO, what sort of advice would you give to the European Commission or to the City of Paris? Because they are establishing this, they have to convince maybe some top management, or they have to make room for the OSPO. Is there any narrative that they have to build in order to have this OSPO more easily adopted by the management and the rest of the organization?
No, I can appreciate that. And I personally have worked in the public sector, so I have an appreciation for the concern about risk. People that work in the public sector are concerned about being stewards of public funding. And so they take care not to misstep. But once they understand the benefit and the opportunities, then I think it becomes a matter of, the good news is today we have lots of examples of the successful deployment of open source. We also have a great number of practicing open source program offices that are now producing material. And you'll be a great example as you start to populate the resource. So I would say, my advice is to look for case studies that support what you're working on, to bring in your peers that have similar experiences and are managing the same risk that have been successful in that. There's safety in numbers, and build a story according to that. And then bring people in from the outside. There's an expression, you can't be a prophet in your own land. Sometimes you need to have someone from outside your organization. I've actually spoken at we've had teams go to other OSPOs because the leadership of a company may be, or an institution may be interested in hearing the advice of others. So that's a good practice too.
Right. So I'll go back to our users, the European Commission and the City of Paris. So you're bound to be establishing your OSPOs not on your own, but you have to connect with other OSPOs. Necia, any perspective, any plan to connect with other OSPOs or engage with other cities, or are we planning or maybe should we plan a big city chapter in the OSPO Alliance? We can't hear you. Go on, Reis. What about the European Commission and connecting different OSPOs?
Sorry, we would welcome that very much. It's actually something we're already doing. We have, can't say regular, we have quite regular meetings with colleagues in member states and beyond, where we try to get a feel for how others are approaching the bottlenecks that we see, how others are scaling their organizations. We're sharing material with others. So yeah, and this alliance that you announced this morning, I think it's very welcome. And the Commission, I can say, at least the OSPO will be happy to work with them and introduce them where necessary, where relevant to others in the Commission.
Yeah, thanks. So, Mike or Simon, so what do you expect us to do? What should we do to facilitate this not interconnection of OSPOs, but at least the sharing of experience between OSPOs in order to accelerate adoption?
The first thing we need, I think, is a meeting place, and that's one of the things that I hope is going to happen at OSPO Zone as a result of the OSPO Alliance. When we've been running, OSPOs aren't a new idea. They've been common in the ICT industry for 20 years. The reason they seem novel is there was never any way to find them. So you always stumbled across them inside an enterprise once you started digging. And so I think it would be very important for the OSPO Alliance to create a venue for OSPOs to find each other. And to maybe become a lending library for open source officers, so that organizations can borrow them for their internal summit meetings to share experiences. I think another thing that will be important is to find a safe way for people to share stories of failure. The most important lessons in OSPOs are not the successes that have been run through legal and PR to put the company in a good light, but rather the disasters that no one ever finds out about. So, for example, I can tell you about one at Sun that we had, because the company doesn't exist anymore. After having spent 3 years getting Sun's open source program office up and running, the OEM division in Sun tried to create an alliance with the Santa Cruz operator, SCO. And we found out about this the day before it was announced, and fortunately managed to get the CEO to shut it down. I love to share that story with OSPOs to try and help people understand that all the good governance initiatives in the world are no replacement for having the direct air cover from your chief executive for the sorts of things that you're doing, because the sort of thing you're dealing with in an OSPO can be very critical to a business. They can lead to stop ship orders if you're a manufacturer. They can lead to serious international level litigation if you get licensing and deployment matters wrong. And so you really do want to have air cover from your executives. So those would be the two things that I would do. I'd create a venue for you to find each other, and I would create a safe way for organizations to share the dirty stories as well as the lovely clean ones.
Okay, we'll do that. So that's OSPO Zone. So OSPO.zone will be the place. And Mike, so what should be our game plan? Because we've announced something now, but and we have some content with the Good Governance Initiative, but now we need much more than that. So tell us about the perspective, the OSPO Alliance within the next 12 months.
So in addition to what Simon just said about, touting our successes and sharing the failures, there's a lot of work that just has to happen, right? So I think, and that's sort of like the bulk of the bell curve is really about helping everybody understand what are the best practices, and what are the, where does the work go into making it easier to use and adopt, but also contribute and participate into the into and via the OSPOs. So we're starting off with and this is sort of a question partially an answer to a question that Christian Patterson just asked on the chat as well, which is, we're starting this off with the good work that OW2 and Cedric have done with the Good Governance Initiative, but that's the starting point. A mighty oak starts from a small acorn, and so the plan here is to grow and constantly grow through community engagement, a set of resources around best practices for the establishment and the ongoing management of OSPOs. But the OSPOs are really a mechanism by which organizations as a whole engage with open source projects and open source communities. OSPOs are a means to an end. And so the best practices that we want to promote through the OSPO Alliance and the OSPO Zone is a collection of resources to really help organizations engage with open source projects and open source communities on a worldwide basis. So I think that's really what the game plan is for the next little while. I think from a call to action for people that are listening to this and are interested in doing more is become engaged. This is ultimately a community initiative, and the resources that we want to collect are going to come from you, the listeners, that we're going to allow us to build up the resource base that we want to provide to and share with everybody. So please come and sign the statement of support, but even more importantly, participate with us and contribute content for the OSPO Zone.
Yeah, definitely something I can add to that is there is a question about what's the difference between OSPO Alliance and the Good Governance Initiative. You should look at the Good Governance Initiative as the methodology to implement an OSPO. But that's what we do. We're just developing this methodology, and I must say that we have great help from the City of Paris as a beta tester and challenging us and making sure that it's what we all propose or which we try is realizable. So really much appreciated. But then beyond that, there is all this interconnection and creating the network of OSPOs or putting people together in, as Simon said, sharing experience or sharing failures and sharing resources. And so we expect resources. Necia, can we hear you now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you can comment.
Thank you. So we have started in Paris. We have started working with OW2 and the good governance methodology to implement our own OSPO as pilots. We are now in the process of defining objectives and how to implement them. We are very pleased to see the OW2 approach endorsed by other European organizations, encouraging its use by more public administration because it's probably more difficult in the public sector, I think. So we regularly meet with CIOs from other cities, European cities, but also French ones. And we are used to sharing our experience, but the OSPO Alliance will bring critical mass. We hope that the OSPO Alliance will bring critical mass to this project for sharing it with other cities, as well as learning from them. So I think a special chapter in the for cities is is interesting for big cities, but also maybe for small cities, because we all have the same needs. And probably the cities have a particularity. We have a lot of business lines, the métier, and it's very different from public administration or a private company, which are focused on 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 businesses. In a city, even in a small city, we have in Paris, we have 400 businesses. So we have 400 IT systems. So it's, I think it's something very special. I worked in other sectors, and when I came in City of Paris, I discovered this. So we need to share more. For one need, for example, it can be very interesting to share with other cities. So yes, I think that it's necessary to have a chapter for the cities because of this particular aspect, but we also need to share with very different structures very different from us, like the private sector or international organization.
Right. It's something that we've discovered trying to apply this methodology, is that each situation is very specific. So we have a top-down methodology that is very abstract, and then each organization has to customize it for their own needs and own specifics. And for that, we may need some, the experience. Nothing replaces actual experience. Deb, you look at it from a certain distance, and plus you're not a large end user, but more part of a large supplier. So I don't know how this resonates with your own experience or expectations. And I was just thinking, listening to what was said, that maybe we would need to set up an advisory board, and you probably would be welcome in it.
Well, thank you. Well, I think I'll go back to my comment about thinking about open sources and ecosystems. Although it is true that we're a large supplier, we're also a large participant in. And so for us, it's important for every aspect of the ecosystem, the industry to do well. You know, we have, in many cases, our customers are also the people we're working with in projects. And so we have a bit of a different relationship with open source. And all these aspects of good governance. Good governance contributes to healthy communities. You know, there's certain best practices that support healthy projects, you know, transparency and openness. There's roles for software foundations as contributors and consumers. There's roles in the public sector as consumers and also as contributors. And in many cases, we're seeing that growingly. So for me, it just makes a lot of sense to convene and share best practices. Although we have different perspectives from the seat we're in, but none of this is in isolation. And the less it is in isolation, the more we all benefit to serve the purpose of whatever our role is.
Great. Thanks. So we are building critical mass in sharing experience and making sure that adopting open source we are building the state of the art in what it should be an OSPO. Now, I think we are getting short on time, and it's time for say closing remarks. I'll go in the order of my what I see on my screen because we are on a GTC meeting actually here. Starting with Mike.
Oh, great. Just want to say that this is an exciting announcement. We're very happy to be participating with our peers in Europe to launch this global initiative. And we're very excited to bring the community together to help document best practices for OSPOs. So onwards and upwards.
Thank you, Mike. Simon?
I'm very excited by the OSPO Alliance work.
partly because it's actually open, so anybody can join in, and that way even the smallest organizations can gain experience, use the materials, and contribute their insights. And secondly, because it's focused very much on a European approach, which has smaller enterprises and has got a scale and a set of needs that are unique and are not currently being reflected in discussion about open source governance. So I very much welcome it, and I'm looking forward to joining in from the perspective of a smaller individual organization and a smaller enterprise.
Yeah, there is no small, it's all about experience, really. Final words, Gijs.
Well, I can only repeat my two previous speakers. The Commission, the OSPO at least, welcomes this alliance. And I think it's safe to say that the Commission, with the help of the OSPO, will try to work in tandem with this and other industry associations across Europe to work with SMEs on open source. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Final remarks, Neja.
We are very excited to participate to this initiative, and thank you very much. We are trying to have more members from the city communities,
yes.
European ones, French ones, and maybe American ones also. So I expect a concrete work which can help us to continue the promotion of the open source and sharing with our the other cities and the other administrations.
Thanks. And Deb, final words.
I just want to congratulate the group that's launched the initiative and tell you we're looking forward. We'll be listening carefully to see where we can help, to see where there may be gaps, and to support the new alliance however we can.
Well, thank you. Yes, there's been a lot of work being done, but much more work remains to be done. So now we've had this session celebrating the OSPO Alliance and congratulating ourselves. Now it's time for real action and well, the proof of the pudding and all that. So I think the next steps would be we will keep working on this, and but I think the next stage for the OSPO Alliance or the next meeting point will be for the public at the Open Source Experience event in Paris, I guess. And I probably think that we will hear of the OSPO Alliance at each and every other open source industry conference between now and the end of the year. So again, Mike Milinkovic, Simon Fifth, Neja Lanois, Gijs Ilenius, and Deborah Bryant, thank you very much. And to all our listeners, sorry, you should have been seeing us because there's a great atmosphere here. We're all smiling. So we're closing the day. We're closing OW2con for today. I'm going to hand over to the studio wherever they are for the little final closing day visual. Thank you very much for your patience, for being here. And let's meet again tomorrow morning at 9:30. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Et merci.